big trend. Illinois and Wisconsin. I can't figure out what's more surprising. The fall of Wisconsin, the rise of Illinois, and the figure that's got grandparents other than less. I mean, that was good. They come out, and Wisconsin must also try to throw the ball a bunch early. It didn't go very well for them, and Illinois jumped all over. After the day, our storyline is Chase Brown, dealing out with Clemens and Madison as the head coach of Illinois. Yeah, Chase Brown's been very good, but you don't see the Wisconsin defense is normally that soft, and that's easy to run against. They come up against Ohio State, but also they just did look very good on the defensive side. Gentlemen, by the way, Illinois 4-1 on the season. That gets kind of last. That thing's wide open now. Did you guys know the Cotton Run plays football when the sun is out? Really? Yeah, they are. Utah, Oregon State, can't rise for Jalen Dixon on TJ. You know what? It's a great over-the-shoulder favorite, man, coverage down there, and Utah, the possibility of the suicide can get themselves back. That time at 7, halfway through the first, chance, Nolan, right up the pick 6, easy one. Utah, the team we sort of forgot about after losing the first week at Florida, they were talking to them at the time. They lost that game. We haven't really talked much about Utah, but they're playing pretty good football. I think King Wright, he was one of those dudes right now. He's got a cap for both throwing and running. Yeah, because he's a better runner, more receiving than you think. The runners on here, you can see it runs with toughness, and that really lifts the rest of your team when the quarterback plays. 21-10 Utah over Oregon State. Let's focus on that 3:30 window. You've got Alabama, Arkansas. You've got a big one of the big 12 between Baylor and Oklahoma State. Give us some of the watch at 3:30. You know, that Oklahoma State Baylor last year, they played twice. I mean, you're inches away from redefining the playoffs last year, and it looks like they could be the two top teams from what we've seen so far in the Big 12. And again, Alabama's about to start a conference starting with this Arkansas game this weekend. Can they stop KJ Jefferson and make a play? And Arkansas has a chance to win as KJ Jefferson, not just passing, but running the field. Remember last week, Arkansas, they were on the cusp of going up 21-7 against Texas A&M, and that moved to sight. The KJ Jefferson fumble, the Texas A&M scooping score. Really changed the focus of that game. It's a Texas A&M got that one, sending Arkansas to their first loss of the season. They get Alabama today, 3:30 Eastern. Also, as you know, throughout ESPN during college football, we got to keep you updated on Aaron Judge and the Yankees. Aaron Judge, he was one home run away from 62 home runs. It set a Yankees record, and it set a National League record. We'll give you a live coverage here. Yankees and Orioles and Judge chasing number 62.
Pardon the interruption. I'm Cohen Luke 96. As we will pop a top inside Beaver Stadium for the first time ever, as Penn State is now serving alcohol. Blue Moon, Coors Light, Michelob Ultra, Miller Lite, and Yingling, today's choices for this Beer 30 kickoff on ESPN. But Dish Network, Sling TV, and Disney are all currently butting heads. So everything Disney owned on TV is currently blacked out until further notice, including ESPN, which is what channel today's game is on. So up until a short time ago, I didn't know if I'd be able to watch today's game. Of course, just my fucking luck. But in the meantime, I did in fact sign up for a free 7-day trial with Fubo TV. So we will be able, come hell or high water, to watch the blue and white taking on the Northwestern Wildcats today. Thanks for tuning in and listening. These are, in fact, my college football, Northwestern at Penn State live watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down and check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it, right here on YouTube. Thumbs up button if you want Penn State to win on All U Day, as they'll recognize every Pennsylvania State University campus. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Northwestern, hashtag Penn State, hashtag NW for Northwestern versus PSU for Penn State. That's hashtag NW versus PSU. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Northwestern, coached by Pat Fitzgerald. Hard to believe he's in his 17th season at the helm of his alma mater. But the Cats, they are off to a slow 1-3 start, currently on a 3-game losing streak after defeating Nebraska back in week 0 a little over a month ago now. They've lost to Duke, Southern Illinois, and Miami, Ohio the past 3 weeks, all by one possession. They lost to Duke by 8 points, they lost to Southern Illinois by 7 points, and they lost to Miami of Ohio last Saturday by 3 points. As today's meeting is in fact the first time since 2017 that these two teams have met, even though both teams were scheduled to face off on 2 different occasions back in 2020, but obviously did not during the shortened COVID season after the Big Ten said, yes, we're playing football. Actually, no, we're not, but yes, we will. After the schedule got changed, of course, the third time, Penn State Northwestern did not happen. But today, of course, yes, it will. Kickoff coming up momentarily from Beaver Stadium on ESPN with Bob Wischusen, Dan Orlovsky, and Chris Budden on the call. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening. I honestly think this game could go either way today. Northwestern, even though they're 1-3, they'll show up. We'll see if Penn State does after a hangover last week against Central Michigan after a big win at Auburn 2 weeks ago. The Wildcats of Northwestern, they'll come to play, especially against Penn State, who they've beaten on an all-university day for the blue and white, I might add, in late September, early October in the past. So yeah, there's that. Of course, anything's possible. That's why they play the game. Not side on paper, it's side on the field. As actually the last 3 times Northwestern has played right here in Happy Valley Beaver Stadium, back in 2010, 2012, and 2014, the Cats have had double-digit leads at one time or another in each of those games. So keep that in mind as we're about to kick off on ESPN. Third time was the charm for Northwestern back in 2014 as they finally won and now have won 2 of the last 3 all-time in this series, I might add, as well. However, today, weather will be a factor. Overcast, been raining since around midnight last night. More rain to come, mid-50s right now. Worst of it coming around 5 o'clock, give or take, halftime. So with the weather, Penn State, especially at home, better be able to run the football today. No turnovers. You got to force and capitalize off turnovers on defense. Rely on your special teams. This game will be low scoring, a defensive Big Ten slugfest with what we saw on ESPN2 at noon with Purdue and Minnesota. We'll get to that game along with everything else going on in college football this afternoon, coming up at halftime with first half stats and scores. So stay tuned for that as the blue and white take the field. But what defense bends doesn't break when this game's on the line. Penn State with home field to begin with, as always. Penn State with the drunk fans from tailgating all day as usual, plus now from serving alcohol inside the stadium for the first time ever. And for the most part, like everywhere else now, way to, finally get with the fucking times. But defensively, should be able to get off the field when they need to. So we'll see if they can or not. Because hopefully they can stop the run and or pass. I'd hope to God both. But if they can't, because there's been times this season so far as we enter October, today's game could be a long game, a long afternoon for the blue and white. Let alone both teams, for that matter. As the ponchos, the raincoats are out, everybody's covered up, even though they're on their feet. Rain's coming down, like I said. It's been raining since midnight last night. This is Hurricane Ian, Sharknado, Ian Ziering, as Penn State will kick off. Right to left across your television screen, ready and audio dial. Northwestern back deep to receive. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. As Penn State kicks it off, and we'll have a touchback 5 yards deep. So 1st and 10, Northwestern from the 25, as we have on ESPN Northwestern Penn State, on CBS Alabama's at Arkansas. We'll also have in the Big 12 Oklahoma State Baylor, and on ABC, as ABC Local was not affected with the Dish, Sling TV, Disney blackout, Wake Forest, Florida State. But those are the 4 games as Northwestern will hand off. Hall going to get about a yard before number 46, Nick Tarburton, makes the tackle, along with 43, Elsden. So as you see, the rain falls. 2nd and 9. Penn State at 4-0. Second consecutive home game. As another run for 3 yards to the 29. Northwestern will have a 3rd and 6 here on their opening drive. Ryan Helinski, their starting quarterback, older brother, former quarterback at Washington State. He played at South Carolina, though, transferred in to Evanston. Ryan Field going to be getting a upgrade. We'll get more into that later on. Another run, and Penn State, Jalen Reed and 11, Abdul the Carter make the tackle. Northwestern goes 3 and out, a minute in, and Penn State's getting the ball. So defense gets off the field when they need to. 3 runs by Northwestern to begin the game. 5 yards to show for it. 4th and 5, they'll punt. So we'll see what Penn State offensively, as Parker Washington's back deep to receive this punt, will do today. It starts up front, though. You've got to be able to run the ball. It'll take a Northwestern roll and be down at the 21-yard line. There's a flag on the play. So, the 1st and 10 Penn State. We'll see where they spot it at, though. As this is Penn State's home Big Ten opener. Of course, a month ago to the day on September the 1st, on a Thursday night, they went to Purdue in open conference play to begin the season. We got a hold on Penn State on the return, so 10 yards, half the distance. Be first down. Of course, yeah, you can't hear the fucking rest because of the rain. With their mics getting wet, so we'll see if we can, interpret what they're saying as the day goes on. But yeah, Clifford in his 6th year, he was part of the program last time these 2 teams met in 17, but of course was not the starter. That was Trace McSorley, as Penn State won that game 33-7 with Saquon Barkley in the backfield. Brenton Strange going to be in motion. 1st and 10, Penn State back at the 11 after the 10-yard hold on the punt return. So 13:21 to play in this opening quarter. We're tied at 0 for just not tuning in. Thank you. And Singleton on the give. And about a yard, maybe 2 if he's lucky enough. Ball came out late, but they rolled it down. Get on it. They rolled it. Dead, but Northwestern's still going after it, so I would too, because you don't know. Well, they blew it dead, though. The ball's out. That's a fumble, but they blew it dead. You hear the whistle, and Penn State can't recover. Nobody's wearing fucking gloves other than the offensive lineman. Yeah, so a yard on the game, be 2nd and 9. Empty, but Singleton going to motion back into the backfield. Strange in motion again as well. Another run to Nick Singleton, and he gets to the 15 for 3. So 3rd and 6, just like Northwestern. Got an injured Penn State line, and that'll be. See if we can get a number on that as they give their impact players. Like I said, Bob Schusen. And Dan Orlowski on the call. Rain continues to fall. I don't think it's rained or Penn State's at least played at home in a bad weather game like this, as it seems like number 1, Keandre Lambert-Smith is the injured Penn State mini line. At home, at least, in a good 7-8 years, you're probably going to go back to 2015 when it rained like crazy and they had to replace the turf midway through the year. Buffalo and Army in 2015 seemed like it was raining every day during football season. And even before that, back to 2009, when Iowa rolled in and upset a top 5 Penn State team at night in the rain. But for home, those are probably most recent games Penn State's played in with severe weather. At least on the road, they've gone to Michigan State a couple times the past few years. And 17, it was a 3.5-hour rain delay, and last year after Thanksgiving in a blizzard, couldn't see Penn State out on the field with, of course, their road white uniforms. But as the rain continues to fall, we got an injured Penn Stater. It's 3rd and 6, though. So we've seen 5 runs on the first 5 plays with both these teams. Northwestern went 3 and out and picked up a total of 5 yards on 3 rushes, punted. Penn State with a hold on the return. 2 rushes, 4 yards, 3rd and 6 to come. Commercial break, of course, with the injury. So, want you open it up a little bit, air it out. Of course, don't want to turn it over by any means, but back to what defensive ends was a break. Again, it's still early, but still at the same time, man. You got to be able to run the football, but you got to keep this defense on their heels. And Northwestern's better than you think they are. Because, honestly, believe me, this game is going to be a lot closer than you think. As I don't think Penn State's covering the 25-point spread as home favorites today. Just as long as the Nitwits, the blue and white, win, that's all that matters. Look to get to 5-0 entering mid-October for the 2nd straight year, and then go from there. They'll be off next week. So back to, Fubo TV, have Dish Network. Figured, okay, got to figure, of course, something out. Comes down to it, hell, listen to it on the radio with Steve Jones and Jack Ham, and try to relay messages that way best I can from what they're saying, even without watching it, just by listening. Go old school. It does seem like the 20s are repeating itself 100 years later. But Penn State's off next week, at Michigan in 2 weeks. ABC will be okay because I'm currently watching ABC, even though that's part of Disney. It's local. Should be able to watch that on normal TV. Minnesota and Ohio State seem to be on Fox or Big Ten Network. And then you get into November. So just get by today and then go from there. 3rd and 6 from the 15. Clifford pass complete. Mitchell Tinsley for 8 yards. Make it 9. 1st and 10. Penn State off the 24. As it's really coming down now. As not even 5 minutes into the game, I've already lost my voice for whatever reason. But we're underway, as mentioned, also on CBS, Fox, and ABC, with Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Baylor, and Wake Forest. Florida State. Penn State picks up a 1st down, 1st and 10 at the 24-yard line. Out of the gun, handoff to Singleton. He's going to lower the shoulder and get to the 30-31 for a good 7 yards, make it 2nd and 3. Just, work the sticks, Run the football, run to pass, pass to run. Keep it simple. Balance and consistency as always. You got to get the ball to your tight ends a little bit more today as well. Rain's really coming down now. Shit. But this is rain in Happy Valley coming up the East Coast from Hurricane Ian. Hopefully everyone's doing well and staying safe. But 1st down run for Penn State. 4 or 5 yards for Singleton. Back to that 2015 season. Buffalo in the rain. Army in the rain. You very rarely see James Franklin in a hat. He has one on with the rain coming down as he's in his 9th season. Actually, the last time Northwestern played at Penn State was 2014. That was his 1st season, which, I don't know how time's flown to this point like that, but it has, of course. 1st down, Penn State once again, 10 yards for number 10, Nick Singleton, true freshman from Eastern Pennsylvania. As he gets to start today, we'll see about Kevon Lee. Did not play last week with an injury. Katron Allen, the backup, of course, Devin Ford's Also tailback, but they use him more so than not out of the backfield in the receiving game. 2nd and 1 officially from the 45. They gave him 9 on that run. They'll run it again. No gain on the play, so 3rd and 1. So, yeah, I mean, this game's going to be one up front in the trenches. Like I said earlier, you got to be able to run the football. Don't turn it over, but also on defense force and capitalize off turnovers. Don't cough it up with the weather. The ball's going to be slippy as hell, no doubt. But just run the football. Hopefully you can stop the run. But then on the back end, make sure you don't get beat deep or over the middle. As Penn State's next to last in 3rd down conversions in the Big Ten this year. And 3rd and 1, they don't get it. They stuff them. 4th and 1, Penn State, do not go for this. Punt the ball. Play field position. They're going to go for it. God damn it. All right, as long as you get it, but if not, you're going to hear it. Myself included, along with everybody else in the fucking stadium. Under 10 to play in the opening quarter. 4th and a yard. Yeah, they'll punt. All right, good decision. You play field position. And Barney Amore, that's Amore right down inside the 10. Down it at the 8. 1st and 10 Northwestern. From there, he's 2nd best in the country downing the opponent inside the 10-yard line this year. 5 games in. Transfer from Colgate. So Penn State, Jordan Stout recently. I love you, you love me. Penn State special teams is one big happy family as Barney, that's Amore, downs him inside the 10 once again. So 1st and 10, Northwestern from the 8 when we return. Yeah, just offensively, it starts up front, run the ball, keep it simple, balance and consistency. You know, Clifford's still going to have to make some plays. We'll see if we see Drew today or not. Of course, if he does play one snap, red shirt's gone because he's already played in the first 4 games. The red shirt rules, you can play up to 4 games and still red shirt. But like I said, you know, over the first month of the season as well, that it comes down to it and it's working. Why wouldn't you want to run a 2-quarterback system? Because then you have a 2-3-headed monster in the backfield as well. Get the ball to your playmakers, be able to block up front, and get the hell off the field on defense. Penn State's been bringing a ton of pressure, wrecking and causing havoc, forcing turnovers. Like, the odds are going to be stacked against your opponent. Like, you're going to put them in a spot that they're not going to be used to. You're going to put the pressure on them, which is a good thing. You don't want the pressure on you. Yeah, today just, of course, both teams go. Penn State did pick up a few first downs there, but at least they were able to drive a little bit, running the football, you know, a couple passes, but Northwestern now going to start inside the 10, 1st and 10 when we return. See if defense get off the field again here, but just keep it simple. Don't do anything stupid, and don't let the weather affect the game. Like, still go out and play football, but just run it, check it down, work the sticks. Like, you can hit the home run every once in a while. I'm sure we'll get an update on Aaron Judge going for 62. The AL record is he's tied Roger Maris, but has not yet surpassed him. But, okay, I get that would be a Yankee record along with an American League record, but not an MLB record. He still needs another 10 in half a week to do that, which that ain't happening. As we come back from break, think fast, run fast. Chad Powers with a 4.59, or 5.49, excuse me. Wearing quarterback number 200 at practice as a scout and as a walk-on. Yeah, think fast, run fast. Chad Powers, otherwise known, of course, as Eli Manning. Yeah, a 5.49. Of course, him and Franklin were in on it together. Nobody else knew. Franklin had a hell of a day yesterday. He was on the road recruiting all over the state. Was down in Harrisburg and Philly, of course here in Happy Valley, but then went up to Erie last night for Cathedral Prep in McDowell, as Northwestern will give for 4 yards, 2nd and 6. And of course, well, home game here today, there's Pat Fitzgerald. A one-time, make it two-time potential candidate in 12 and 14 for the Penn State gig, but has stayed at his alma mater. And like I said, they're going to be receiving a new stadium. Northwestern announced the other day an $800 million deal for a new stadium with, of course, seating is going to be less than the current capacity of 47,000 down to 35,000. Honestly, the renderings look pretty good, but what's wrong with Ryan Field right now as it is? They'll honestly probably play at Soldier Field in Chicago while the new stadium gets built on the current Ryan Field site. So, I mean, upcoming Big Ten schedules over the next few years aren't known, so of course you don't know next time Penn State will play at Northwestern. But this is the first meeting since 17 when they went there. And they went there in 15. Last time Northwestern played here at Penn State was 14. Late September, early October, and go back to like what I said about Northwestern having a double-digit lead in their last 3 games here in 10, 12, and 14. They finally won in 14. They've defeated Penn State on the road. And weather like this as well, I might add, back in 04, and then, this time of year, for all you or homecoming afternoon weekend for the blue and white. So once again, Northwestern's better than you think they are at 1 and 3. Talk about keeping it simple and being balanced. Their lines, their offensive and defensive line, is their strength. If they can run the football with their 2 backs, just like Penn State, and then, Helinski to make some plays, because he's capable of doing just that, just like Sean Clifford. It's to the defensive side of the ball, then what defense is going to bend doesn't break. But 2nd and 6, I believe, an injury timeout, once again, if I'm not mistaken. Rain continues to fall in Happy Valley. So we'll see how much that affects the game, but you don't want to, allow that to happen by any means necessary. So, Penn State defensively, we'll see if they can get the hell off the field here and get the offensive ball back. Like I said, offensively, they were able to drive. On the punt return, that hold. Okay, back up to the 11-yard line, they get out to the 45. All right, so a good 30-yard drive before they punted, rather than a quick 3 and out like Northwestern, and then 4 yards. Okay, 2nd and 6 to come. But this game today, I believe, is going to be won on defense, along with up front the run game. As always, you got to be able to run the football and play good defense in order to win. And these two teams are more similar than not. They're more alike than different. Penn State recruiting-wise might have some, not necessarily better players by any means, like Northwestern recruits their system. And they've still been able to win. Past few years really haven't been that great for them, but, Northwestern's still one of those dark horse teams that can upset you on any given day. But of course, that is why the game is played. It's not decided on paper, it's decided on the field. So come back from break once again. So rain continues to fall. 2nd and 6, 4-yard run. Northwestern with a 3rd and 2 as Mustafer makes the tackle along with Brown and Robinson. See the do here, but as the crowd continues to file in, probably in the beer line on a beer run. $10 for a pounder, $12 for a specialty pounder, and then a direct snap on a Wildcat And Beeman takes them down at the 10-yard line. So Northwestern, 2 3-and-outs. Penn State defensively gets off the field, and Northwestern will punt again. So, yeah. Alinsky was under center, and then they direct snapped it to the back. Snap was off a little bit. And then they're right there to bring them down in the backfield for a loss back at the 10-yard line. So, they get 2 yards, 4 yards on the drive, 4th and 6. They punt again. Bounce. And be down to the 46-yard line, 1st and 10 Penn State from there. So good starting field position compared to the last drive. And remember, they were able to drive 30 yards before they punted. So, I mean, if you can drive here again, you should be able to get in field goal range, let alone score a touchdown here on this drive, I would think. But it's still early, still a lot of football left to be played, of course, no doubt about it. One play, one drive, one game at a time. Just, get to the bye week healthy, and then go from there. Tough 3-game stretch coming up by the end of the month, though, no doubt about it, which we'll get more into all that later on. But Nick Singleton, and the 4 games thus far for Penn State. He's had 2 straight 100-yard rushing games, Ohio and at Auburn, and then last week it was Kaytron Allen. So after a 17-game winless, non-100-yard rusher for Penn State football, which is absolutely pathetic at that point in time, Penn State's now had 3 straight games of 100-yard rushers. As we go from the blue and white in Happy Valley to the blue and white in the Bronx with Aaron Judge, as he is chasing 62. I don't know, honestly, if anybody fucking cares about this. 2nd and 8 Penn State from the 48. They give us a split screen at least, so we can still continue to watch the Penn State game. Quarterback draw for Clifford, and he gets about 6, maybe 7 on the right side of the 50 in Northwestern territory now. So 3rd and short for Penn State here, 6:10 and counting to play in the opening quarter. No doubt about it, it's a big deal, but why don't you give it to viewers some other way if they actually want to watch it? Because if they'd actually want to be watching this game right now, they'd be watching it. You don't need to, cut into something else. Fumble, god damn it, Singleton. He fumbles at the 40 on 3rd and 3, and Northwestern recovers. And just a good hit. They jarred the ball loose, and James Franklin just shaking his head. I mean, rightfully so. Any other time, I'd be bitching at him, standing there on the sideline with his arms crossed. But, Singleton coughs it up, and they turn it over. Northwestern going to try to capitalize now. Yeah, just talk about the weather with the field very damp, the ball very slippy. Penn State turns it over, and it's 1st and 10 Northwestern now from the 40. So out of the pistol, they hand off, and that is number 26 for Northwestern on the give, Evan Hall, redshirt junior, who, history's going to have to continue. Right? Nobody gives a shit. So get us back to the game. There we go. 2nd and 5 from the 45 after the turnover. Penn State stops them 3rd and 5. So defense going to have to get off the field again and get the offensive ball back. But Northwestern's been able to run the football this year. They show off the turnover stat. They were plus early, but then, recently they've been in the negative. They've been the one turning it over. Whereas Penn State now, they just turned it over. So from the 45, 3rd and 5 for Northwestern. Slant incomplete, good coverage by Wilson, but falls incomplete, 4th down, and Northwestern going to punt. Yep. So 3 and outs for the Wildcats, 10 minutes in. Yeah, this will be a low-scoring slugfest. You score early, you hang on, or, maybe whoever ends up having the ball last scores as David Akers' kids on to punt. Penn State, fair catch at the 17-yard line, 1st and 10 from there. So they'll take a break, 4:40 to play in this opening quarter. But yeah, we'll see what it gives. As always, I'm sure something will. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But as I was saying a little bit ago, Penn State defensively hope they can get the hell off the field when needed, and they've done that, okay? 3 straight punts for Northwestern to begin the game on 3 straight 3-and-outs. They've been able to stop the run. Northwestern really hasn't passed yet, but hopefully they can stop them there too. But believe me, this game's going to be a lot closer than you think it will be. Kevon Lee in the ball game at tailback. Good to see him back. 3 yards for him, 2nd and 7. Got injured at Auburn. Did not play last week against Central Michigan in a 33-14 win against Chippewas as they host the Wildcats Northwestern here today. So 2 series for Singleton. Here's Kevon Lee. They've done 2 apiece. Kevon Lee, Nick Singleton, Katron Allen. They've done 1 series apiece for all the running backs. Now it seems like they're back to 2 for Singleton. Here's Kevon Lee out of the pistol. They fake the give to him, end around on a jet sweep to number 3, Parker Washington, from the Lone Star State of Texas. And Penn State gets a 1st and 10. So move the sticks and keep the drive alive. Whatever you do not turn it over. Toss. That's going to go down as a pass. Flipped it to him and then faked the give to Kevon Lee. We'll see come next drive if they're going to work a 2-2-2 running back rotation today. I mean, I would think Singleton's out one way or another with that, and then the fumble as Penn State turns it over once again on back-to-back drives, as this is on Sean Clifford, completely sailed it and is intercepted and picked up by Northwestern. They'll have a 1st and 10. So, good God. Shooting yourselves in the foot already, I see. Yeah, a crosser over the middle. The backer dropped. Clifford didn't fucking see him. He had Theo Johnson wide open over the fucking middle, and he threw it. Good God. Go deep with it, dude. Oh, my God. And it was intended for 6 Harrison Wallace, which he's emerged as the number 3, number 4 receiver, but get the ball to your damn tight ends. Johnson's wide open. How the hell don't you see him? And Northwestern with another turnover, and they got a 1st and 10 as Penn State coughs it up again. Good God. What the hell is going on? They're going to look at it to make sure it was a clean interception, so they're going to think about it. Hopefully they tell us something good, of course, as always. But the previous play is under further review. Here's a replay. That's a hold up front. As far as there's no penalty on it. And that'll be an interception. That's a pick. He had Johnson wide open. How the hell do you not see him? It'll be 1st and 10 Northwestern of the 42, but Penn State defensively will see if they can get off the field again, because they've been able to already 3 times. But just wait. This keeps up. This crowd's going to want Drew Allar in a quarterback to replace Sean Clifford, who's in his 6th year. And there's a report out earlier this week that potentially Clifford was injured, wasn't going to play today, and Drew could potentially, get his first start. But he practiced all week. He's looked fine this year. He's playing today. Of course, didn't look good on that play by any means. He threw an interception, for God's sakes. But they're reviewing it. So the rolling on the field is interception. Of course, they have to find indisputable evidence to return it. I don't think they're going to have it. This should stand as called and be an interception, 1st and 10 Northwestern. And of course, the fucking ref's mic is off and you can't hear him, but he signals first down Northwestern. So, first and 10, Wildcats are at the 42-yard line. So, you can't turn it over. What I say earlier, you cannot turn the fucking ball over. Good fucking God. Just when you have something good going, you want to take fucking a few steps back, I see. Typical Penn State football. No gain on the play. They wanted to run a trick play there, it looked like, yeah. A toss to the motion man. And then a pass. Halfback, running back, wide receiver pass. But Penn State's right there to bring them down. So, 2nd and 10. Helinski out of the gun, left to right, back to his left. And they will run it. Penn State right there to make the tackle, though. Loss of a yard, 3rd and 11 for Northwestern. So defensively, they're making stops. Northwestern, hell, I don't even know if they have 20 total yards here today. We'll pull up some stats and scores in a minute, but, 3 3-and-outs, 3 punts, 3rd and 11 here. Penn State's defense as getting off the field. Offensively, good first drive, then a fumble, and then an interception. So, knotted up at 0. Helinski looking to throw. It'll be picked off at the 20 by Jair Brown. Penn State on the return. 35-40, out past midfield. And Penn State 1st and 10, got a late penalty flag on the play, so 3 turnovers. First by Northwestern right there, but they cough it up. Ball sails for him as well. So Ball with transition from the snap, and then, to get it where he wanted at on the pass and then to throw it. The ball's slippery than wet, and got a hold on the Penn State return. 10 yards, 1st and 10. Okay, Mike finally working, but still, man. Penalties and turnovers kill you. Good opening drive, 2 turnovers, at least defensively. Now you got off the field 4 times with 3 punts and an interception. But then penalties are going to cost them, it seems like now, too. Yeah, the ball just sailed. I don't know wind-wise what it's like. It seems pretty calm. I mean, we haven't had any kicks, though, yet, so, or any, mishandled snaps on a hold from the snap to the hold to the kick. But it seems like the ball's just sailing out of the hands of these 2 quarterbacks from the snap because of how slippery the ball is. And Northwestern turns it over. So Penn State getting it back, 1st and 10, 1:59 to play in the opening quarter. From the 40, Parker Washington in motion. Let's go. Fake the give to Kevon Lee. So they are working a 2-2-2 at running back for drives. 2 for Singleton, even though he fumbled. Kevon Lee's been in and out twice. Next, we'll see Katron Allen, I'd have to think. Clifford's pass, complete to Parker Washington, 1st and 10. Penn State out past midfield. And handoff, Kevon Lee. Kevon Lee up the middle. Going to break a few tackles and get about 9 yards or so. So, 2nd and short. Just keep the drive going. That's all I ask. Keep it simple. Just keep pushing them back. Knock on the door and then punch it in. 1st and 10 at the 37 officially, with 1.5 to play in the quarter. Under center's Clifford. You got to get your tight ends too. You got timeout Northwestern with 1:19 to play. So they're first, 1st and 10 Penn State. One return from the 37 yard line as we near the end of the quarter. We'll see if they take a break or not. It doesn't look like it. But Penn State on October the 1st has had a pretty good record in program history. Last time they played on October the 1st, it was a home game I might add. Also a 3:30 kick. against a Big Ten West opponent during Penn State's Big Ten championship run in 2016 as they defeated the Minnesota Golden Gophers on that very day. Penn State won in overtime with a Saquon Barkley rushing touchdown. 26-23. They were loving it then. Hopefully they'll be loving it today with another win, as they've also won on October the 1st in 2011 against Indiana, 2005 against Minnesota, 1994 against Temple, 1988 also against Temple, and back to 1983 against Rutgers. As Penn State has not lost on October the 1st, I had to dig for this stat last night, but I found it. Penn State has not lost on October the 1st since 1977. Anyone out there want to take a guess against who? They currently have a Penn State transfer starting at quarterback for them, and they're also on ESPN prior to Northwestern and Penn State. If you guess Kentucky, well, you just earned yourself a free YouTube subscription. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But the only bad thing about that, looking at today's game, is that Kentucky, who defeated Penn State on that day, October the 1st, 1977. That was the last time Penn State lost on this very day. Okay, they've had 6 wins since on October the 1st. The only bad thing about that, though, looking at today's game, as Harrison Wallace catches the bubble screen near side and gets Penn State first down at the 25-yard line, is that both Kentucky and Northwestern have the same nickname of Wildcats. So take that for what it's worth. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 25. Kevon Lee on the give for 4 to the 21. So as we near the end of the first quarter here, Penn State going to try to take a early home lead, even with, this game being pretty split, with Penn State, no doubt about it, being able to drive the ball a little bit more better on offense. But time possession, the turnovers, Clifford pass complete, Brent Strange, and he's going to walk in, touchdown Penn State. So they finally go to their damn tight ends inside the red zone, and they strike first. It is 6-0, pending the upcoming extra point. We'll see who's kicking field goals today, along with extra points. Whether that's going to be Jake Penninger or Sanders Haydak, as they've had an issue in that specific area this year, as Barney's been the punter. And then, of course, Sander and Gabe have been rotating kickoffs. It'll be Penninger for an extra point. So we'll see if Penn State can continue to fight on State. And they will. 7-0 mini lines with 15 seconds to play in this opening quarter against Northwestern. But like I said, still pretty split down the middle. With all the turnovers, Penn State's had the ball a little bit more, but they've also been able to drive a little bit. Yeah, they fake the toss, run a fucking wheel route to Strange, and then he gets in the end zone, touchdown Penn State. So Clifford with a 20-yard passing touchdown makes up for his interception. They take a lead, and defensively they've shown they can get the hell off the field. So if this keeps up with 3 punts, forced turnovers, you have a lead at home, crowd's going to feed into it. You find a running game, especially with the weather, into the second half, you should be able, I get us not even in the first quarter yet, but just, football-wise, if you can do all that and run the football later when you need to, you should be okay, and you should be able to pick up a W and get to 5-0, entering the second Saturday in October once again for the second straight year. And then at least the bye week's a week earlier than it was last year. You don't have to go to Iowa next week, but you do got to go to Michigan in 2 weeks. And they just beat the Hawkeyes by 2 scores earlier. Penn State kicks off from the 4 on the return. Northwestern going to get out to about the 23-yard line, 1st and 10. So they'll have to snap it once here before the end of the first. Aflac trivia question already in the first fucking quarter. Jesus Christ. September 10th versus Duke, Evan Hall had 213 receiving yards and 65 rushing yards. Prior to Hall, who was the last Big Ten player to produce 150 receiving yards and 50 rushing yards versus a Power 5 opponent? If I have to guess, since they're playing at Penn State, it's probably going to be either Saquon Barkley or Larry Johnson. As the Athletic Trivia questions normally have a tie to the game that's on. And I doubt it's Northwestern running back. It has to be a Penn State alum. I think Saquon or Larry Johnson as my final answer. And we'll see when they give us that. But incomplete on 1st and 10. Got snap it once more before the end of the quarter now. 4 seconds, 2nd and 10 from the 23. Empty set 5 wide. As Northwestern will go deep. Pass incomplete. 3rd and 10 to begin the second as they'll switch ends. Rather than going towards the south end zone, they'll go to the north end zone now. As Penn State leads 7-0 here. Rain continuing to fall and will keep up. Like I said, could get bad as we near halftime, around 5 o'clock or so, another 45 minutes or so. But at the end of the first quarter, Penn State leads 7-0. The Nittany Lions for the second time in the past 5 years, first time since 2018. They've scored 30-plus points in 4 straight games to begin the season. 35 at Purdue, 46 against Ohio, 41 at Auburn, and 33 last week in the Central Michigan win. So Penn State has scored, once again, 30-plus points in 4 straight games to begin the season. First time since 2018. However, that 5th game, which is also today, 5th game back in 2018, remember that was a loss against Ohio State when they had a 12-point lead with 6 minutes to play and lost by 1, 27-26. Then after the bye week, which was a week later then as well, they also lost that game. Bye week after the 5th game today, they go to Michigan in 2 weeks. Knock on wood, hopefully they don't lose. And we'll find out kick time for that, hopefully on Monday. The following Sunday, 6 days prior at the latest. Just hopefully it's not on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPNU, ESPN News. ABC's fine because ABC Local is still fine with out the blackout. Like still watching as I am right now with Northwestern. And Penn State on CBS, Alabama, Arkansas tied up 2 scores. Oklahoma State at Baylor from the backyard of Chip and Joanna Gaines in Waco. Got a safety and a score update. There is, in fact, as these 2 teams met twice last year, also in the Big 12 title game, it's 9-3 early second quarter for Oklahoma State. So it was 7-3, safety, 9-3. But talking about ABC, I'm currently watching also Wake Forest and Florida State from Tallahassee with the Panhandle not getting hit whatsoever with the hurricane. As Fort Myers got that head on, cut across to Orlando, up to Jacksonville, into the Atlantic, and then South Carolina, into the Appalachian Mountains, hence the rain today right here in Happy Valley with Northwestern and Penn State. So, yeah, with what I was saying there, though, that 5th game back in 2018 after Penn State started the year, 4 straight games, 4 straight wins at 4-0 with 30-plus points scored. That 5th game was a loss. That 5th game is also today. Then the bye week, and then they also lost after the bye week to the other Michigan school in the Big Ten, Michigan State, who plays Maryland today. So, once again, we'll find out the kick time and the network for Penn State, Michigan, Monday at the latest, or tomorrow, at the earliest. Monday at the latest on a normal schedule. If they do the 6-day window, that'll be a week from tomorrow. But yeah, long story short there, hopefully history doesn't repeat itself once again here today. But they are starting better off than Northwestern is, so hopefully they can keep it up and maybe they will cover. I don't think they will, but just pick up a win. As long as you win by one, that's fine. I mean, not really, but he'd want a, larger deficit, larger margin of victory. But 3rd and 10 to begin the second, not 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. So from the 23, 3rd and 10 for Northwestern as we begin the second quarter. Alinsky looking to throw. They bring pressure. Pass near side, incomplete. Daquan Hardy on the coverage. And Northwestern for the 5th straight drive going to give it back to Penn State with 3 punts, interception. They'll punt again. So, like I said, total yardage, not even 20, 25 yards. When Penn State has a good 100 plus on that and are averaging about 6.5, 7 yards a play because they've been able to run the football a little bit better than Northwestern. And Clifford's, aired it out. So Northwestern punts. Penn State will start off from the 42-yard line. Again, it looks like 1st and 10 from there. But as we are now into the early portion of the second quarter when you're halftime, coming at halftime as always. Well, first half stats and scores. We'll take a look around the rest of college football as well. What's going on today with the 5 top 25 matchups and everything else. But as mentioned, we're currently watching Northwestern Penn State along with Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Baylor, and Wake Forest. Florida State, Bubba Schusen, Dan Orlowski, and then Chris Budden with an update on Northwestern and their towels as they're soaked, and rightfully so. I think everybody's drenched. 100 pounds soaking wet, but toss to Kevon Lee. And enough for a first down, out past the 50 to the 49, 1st and 10, Penn State. Out of the pistol, keep running it. Tinsley in motion. They'll run again, Kevon Lee. So he gets his 3rd drive. So I don't know what's up with Fat Man, Katron Allen, but they went 2 series with Singleton. This is the 3rd straight series now with Lee. Hey, you run the hot hand, though. Singleton coughed it up. Lee, knock on wood, hasn't. They've been able to get 8 first downs now compared to Northwestern's goose egg of 0. 2nd and 6 from the 46. P-Dub in motion. And Clifford looking to throw. Going to step up all day to throw. Dumps off to his tight end, Theo Johnson. First down at the 37. Offensive line, they've gotten shit on the past few years, and rightfully so. But this year, to this point, they've looked pretty damn good. And they kept it simple on that play. Checking down your tight end. Yeah, Kevon Lee almost had a hold called against him, but he backed off. So 1st and 10, Penn State again here. As, hey, Kevon Lee, yeah. Run the hot hand. Lee on the give again. A yard, 2nd and 9. But maybe we'll go out to Billy Eichner for his Northwestern Wildcats. Go out to Pat has a simulcast of Saturday Night Football tonight. How do I not know about that? Good for him. 2nd and 9. Clifford pump fakes. And it's incomplete. Intended for Kevon Lee. No, but go out to Billy Eichner. Ask him, or have him ask some fans, like, hey, what the hell's going on in Northwestern right now? Like, they're not looking good compared to Penn State. I don't care if you get a University Drive, hell, even get on 99. Got a whistle. Got a false start. out of an empty set. Who's that on? Kevon Lee. Penn State's third penalty. So rather than, what was it? 3rd and 9 to 3rd and 14 for Pye. Or did they say 74, not 24? 74 is Olu. Yeah, get in field goal range if you can. I mean, I'd probably still punt and pin them deep because you know damn well they're not going to be able to kick a 50-plus yard fucking field goal. Oh my God, he almost threw another interception, but right through his hands, incomplete. They definitely got a punt now, so here comes Barney to pin him deep. Yeah, you got to. You're not going to go for it on 4th 14 from midfield. Let alone go for it. Yeah, good coverage. He was going for Parker Washington. I mean, even if he dumped it off to Wallace in the backfield, he wouldn't have got anywhere. I mean, they might have got a few yards, but they'd probably still be punting. So here comes Barney. And see if he can pin him deep again. And he will. They'll down it inside the 5 of the 4. 1st and 10 Northwestern from there. So not a good starting point once again for the Wildcats, but Penn State got lucky. Almost another turnover. Would have been their 3rd. 2nd interception by Clifford, but fell incomplete, and they punt and pin them deep. 1st and 10 Wildcats from the 4 when we return as Penn State leads it. 7-0 here early 2nd quarter. About an hour or so in. Kick was at 3:30. Normally on about for 10, maybe 12 minutes at a max later. So we're like 45 minutes or so into this game. And some early stats as Northwestern, really doesn't have anything to show for. They haven't been able to get the ball out past the 30-yard line, for God's sakes. Okay. They've had 5 drives, and they turned it back over to Penn State 5 times. 3 punts, a turnover themselves on an interception, and then another punt, but Penn State has to punt themselves. So Northwestern ball 1st and 10 from the 4. But Ryan Helinski with the interception is 0 for 5, so no passing yards yet for the Wildcats. Evan Hall, 7 of 13 on the ground. Freeman has a carry for 4 yards, but then Porter has a carry for -4 yards. So Northwestern has a total of 13 yards. Sean Clifford, 6 of 9 for 70 yards passing. Doves has the interception, but he has the passing touchdown as well. 2 Brenton Strange from 20 yards out. Nick Singleton, 9 carries, 34 yards rushing. Kevon Lee, 6 carries, 32 yards rushing. Clifford carried for 5 yards, but that's balance, those 2 backs. And we'll see if we see the fat man at any point in time today or not, as they went 2 carries. Singleton before he fumbled, and then 3 series with Kevon Lee. Defense been able to get held the field, which is a good thing. So see if they can keep it up. As Musfer, of course, is in the middle. Tarbert and Isaac and Chop Robinson coming off the edge. Beeman with Mustafer, along with Ellies and Amin Vanover, also D-tackle. Linebackers have been quiet so far today. You have Eldsden, Jacobs, Carter. Sutherland's played a little bit. Some good coverage in the back end by Daquan Hardy, Marquise Wilson. Jair Brown, of course, has an interception, but, quiet for Joey Porter Jr. But it's still early. Team sport, though. There's no I in team. So Parker Washington, 2 catches, 21 yards. Strange, 1 catch, 20 yards in the score. Harrison Wallace, catch for 12 yards. Mitchell Tinsley, 1 for 9. And Theo Johnson has a catch for 8 yards. 1st and 10, though, Northwestern from the 4. They hand off Chop Robinson right there to bring him down. 2nd and 10. No game on the play. Northwestern cannot do a damn thing to save their goddamn lives. As Alabama leads Arkansas 14-0, Oklahoma State 9-3 over Baylor, and tied at 7 with Wake Forest and Florida State. These other 3 games, not a drop of rain in sight. Sunshine. For as far as the eye can see, it's a monsoon in Happy Valley. No gain on the play. They actually give him a yard. 2nd and 9, and then tackle for loss in the backfield. Abdul Carter, along with Charlie Katzer, also linebacker. No gain on the play. 3rd and 10 for Northwestern. Back of the 4. Safety would be nice. I'd take a 9-0 lead. Just don't give a big play here. 3rd and 10, trips top of your screen. Alinsky looking to throw. And guess what? It'll be caught, and they get the first down at the fucking 25-yard line. Good God. So, Wilson on the coverage. Gives up a big back shoulder throw. Come on. Like I said, don't give a big play. What do? They give a big play. I'll shut up. Bubble screen near side. And then Joey Porter, or Wilson, on the tackle. Hell, I don't even think I've seen Joey Porter Jr. out there. Hopefully he's okay. Toss. And then Northwestern, Jalen Reed on the tackle. 6 on 2nd and 7 will be 3rd and 1. They're starting to get some movement. And they're starting to pick up the pace. Trying to find some rhythm that they can build off of. 3rd and 1. They got to convert here if they want this, drive to be successful. 3rd and 1 from the 35. They sneak it. Good call. They get the first down. I'd probably do the same damn thing. Alinsky's as big as he is at 6'3", 230. I'd be sneaking it too. First and 10. Come on, D. Out of the gun. Looking to throw again. Going to go deep. And just a little too much. Incomplete. Going for number 80. As he seems to be the hot hand. That's Donnie Navarro. Not the first, not the second, but Donnie Navarro the third. Pass completed, flag on the play, Reed on the tackle. Penn State defensively here, playing a ton of guys on defense again. You have Castor out there at backer. You got Reed and Wilson in the back end and the secondary. Ineligible, or 12 on defense. Pound's going to be declined. And it's first down. Yeah. I thought he was going for ineligible, which is the sign above the white cap. But then they do the fist over the chest, which that's too many on defense. They get the first down anyway, so they decline the penalty. First and 10 Northwestern from midfield. So I'd like to know who the hell the 12th man was, and it's not the 110,000 inside Beaver Stadium. Northwestern fumbles on the snap. Penn State recovers at the 45. And it's Nittany Lion football, first and 10 with 8:49 to play in half. Up 7, 3 timeouts. Tarburton on the recovery. Talk about the weather. We've had 4 turnovers now, 2 by each team. And we are Penn State. Low snap, hit him right in the knees. Not there to, get to it. They take him out in the meantime because it's a live ball. Fair game. And Penn State's right there to recover. So, Nittany Lion football, first and 10 from around the 45-yard line once again when we return. Just once again, thanks for tuning in. and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Hashtag college football. Hashtag Northwestern. Hashtag Penn State. Hashtag NW versus PSU for Northwestern versus Penn State as well. Chat questions, comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. So I'll leave it at that as we're halfway through the second quarter here is when you're halftime, 8:49 to play. Get starting field position again. You have 3 timeouts and a 7-0 lead. We'll see who's playing running back. But run the damn ball, open it up a little bit. Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't turn it over. Whatever you do, do not turn it over. Like I said, we've seen 4 turnovers now total. 2 by each team. And just as long as you can, keep them off balance. Be balanced yourself. Add in some consistency. Keep it simple. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. No doubt about it. Would like another 49-0 Penn State win over Northwestern, as they did 20 years ago in 2002. But like I said, I don't think Penn State's covering the 25-point spread. I don't really care about that anyway. Just as long as they win, because that's all that anybody ever remembers at the end of the day, whether you won or lost. Get to 5-0, but how are you going to build off of what you have going right now and not allow to happen again what happened this time last year? Okay? And I might add, this very weekend, Big Ten play last year against Indiana, they shut out the Hoosiers. So they're up 7-0 right now. Northwestern, best drive, before they turn it over once again, right there. But other than that, they haven't done a damn thing. So, honestly, it might be, okay, whoever wins the turnover battle, like I said too earlier, whoever does more early and then can hold on to it late with the lead, or, potentially whoever has the ball last could end up finding a way to win. But what defense bends doesn't break when this game's on the line. Penn State defensively has looked, for the most part, unstoppable today. And they're still playing a lot of guys starting up front on the line, and the middle with the backers, and then back in the secondary as well. As Nick Singleton's back in at tailback. So we got 2 series from him. 3-4 series for Kevon Lee. Now back to Singleton. So no fat man. They're doing pretty decent job of trying to balance that out. Okay, 1 more series last time, but Singleton, he did cough it up though too, so maybe that's why Kevon got the extra series. And then Allen's dressed as Kevon was last week, but he also didn't play last week, so maybe he's not playing today for whatever reason. I don't know. Singleton on the toss. On 2nd and 7, we'll get about 5 to 3rd and 2, as it's now starting to get muddy, as they're going to give us an update. Rutgers at Ohio State, and the Buckeyes are up 21-7 over the Scarlet Knights. So those are the 5 scores that we know of from the 4 total games, with Northwestern Penn State as the focal point here today, and then we'll update some more coming up at halftime. But 3rd and 2, run it, yep. Singleton, god damn it, doesn't fucking get it. They stop him, be 4th and about a yard. And this, you probably got to go for it. 4th and 1, 7.5 to play. You're not kicking a fucking field goal, because you don't have a kicker with a good enough leg from this distance. But you can also punt and pin them deep again. Defense gets off the field. You still have a 7-point lead. Here comes the quarterback sneak. Clifford under center. Got 2 backs and a tight end behind him. They actually run it to Kevon Lee. He will get the first down on the far side. Old school wishbone, just fucking hand off and sort of run an option. But First and 10. And he had a block from Singleton and Brenton Strange and ahead of him, in front of him. Boom, boom. And the Sauce gets the first down. Strange in motion, first and 10 from the 29. Northwestern offsides, 5 yards, first and 5 now. Neutral zone infraction with contact, 5 yards. It's still a 5-yard penalty. I don't know what the hell the difference means with contact, but all right, whatever. Yeah, 5 yards, first and 5 for Penn State as Northwestern jumps offside. They can do some damage right now. This could be a, 3 to 14 point swing from now until early third quarter, because Penn State's going to get the ball to begin the second half. Clifford going to dump it off near side. Singleton on the screen out of the backfield. First down inside the 20. Stiff arm with the 15 out of bounds around the 13. First and 10 Penn State from there. Because, hell, kick field goal here if it comes down to it. All right, whatever. So be it. Hopefully we can punch it in, though. 7 points. Make it 14. Score again. Whether it be a field goal or a touchdown early third quarter. And like I said, minimum 3-point, maximum 14-point swing here after another Northwestern turnover. And then you can control the game in the second half, especially with the weather. You can run the football and work clock. First and 10, Singleton on the give. Breaks a tackle, lowers a shoulder, down inside the 5. They're going to say down at the 1, maybe 2. He didn't get in the end zone. Yeah, down to the 2, first and goal. Yeah, knees down at the 2. Ball's the half-yard line. Pylon gets knocked down, but he wasn't in the end zone yet. Of course, college, you don't need to be touched to be down. You're down by contact as you hit the ground. NFL, that's a touchdown, because he continues to go unless he slipped out of bounds, which, all right there on the edge. But first and goal, Penn State now from the 2. Punch it in with a run. Do not throw it and turn it over. Hand off Singleton. They'll push the pile. He'll get a yard and then get into the end zone across the goal line, so to speak. Touchdown, Penn State with 5:02 to play in the half. 13-zip, pending the upcoming extra point by Pinniger. And then the Lions extend their lead with another touchdown. Yeah, simple draw. Singleton. I thought he's down right there. And then he spun, and then into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Penn State. So the blue and white with a 2-score lead here. 5:02 to play in the half. I'd keep running him and running Kevon Lee, but also, if it comes down to it, remember, you got a bye week next week. So you want to get out of this healthy. And you want to try, of course, in the meantime, too, to get some, experience, some playing time for others. They could be wanting the redshirt Katron now. For all we know. He's played in all 4 games. Okay, he's a true freshman. But the redshirt rule is you can play up 4 games and still redshirt. You play in the 5th, your redshirt's gone. Because, you have Kevon Lee and Nick Singleton. 1A, 1B, in whatever order you want to put them. A 1-2 punch. 1-2-3 punch for Katron when he's in. You're really keeping the defense on their feet, not knowing what's coming. And then a potential 2-quarterback system if it comes down to it. If Drew's redshirt gets burnt. So we'll see once again if he plays it all day or not. But Penn State's up 14-0 here. Singleton officially 14 carries, 56 yards, and a touchdown. As we near halftime, 5 minutes to play in the half. But we'll come up at halftime here with some full first half stats and scores, and we'll take a look around the rest of college football. Keandre Lambert-Smith was injured early. At receiver, it's been Parker Washington, Middle Tinsley. Harrison Wallace has a couple catches. Okay, he's the third. Behind him, honestly, you have Amari Evans and Jaden Doughton I mean, at least they're getting the tight ends finally involved with Strange and Johnson as well. No Tyler Warren, surprisingly, but the offensive lines played well up front. They're able to block and run the damn ball, thank God. And, Clifford's making plays. That drive, though, for the most part, was all jolly old St. Nick Singleton. As it is October 1st, Christmas will be here before you know it. So, yeah, there's that. Defensively, just, continue to do what you're doing. I mean, by God, 5-6 drives now. Northwestern doesn't even have 7,500 total yards. So, we'll see what gives, but as always, I'm sure something will. Just get out unscathed. Get out as healthy as you possibly can. Of course, you still want to put it to them if you can, though. Rain continues to fall as well, I might add. It ain't going to be stopping anytime soon. Here's the athletic trivia question again. My answer is either Saquon Barkley or Johnson. Evan Hall, 213 receiving yards and 65 rushing yards. Prior to Hall, Ted Ginn Jr. back in 06 against Notre Dame Fiesta Bowl. It's Ohio State player. Normally, the athletic trivia question has to do with who the game is. But they were asking who's the last player to do that for the Big Ten against the Power 5 opponent. So, all right. Wearing a wire. Who's he ratting on? That's not a good sign for Alabama. They're up 21-0 at Arkansas, but Bryce Young into the locker room with an injury. So the Tide are stomping the Hogs. Good one on Fox, 9-3 Cowboys over the Bears. And Wake Forest, 14 unanswered. Make it 21-7 at Florida State. 14-0 here, Penn State against Northwestern. From the 25, Hall on the run, first down Northwestern, out past midfield. Will somebody tackle his ass? Keaton Ellis pushes him out of bounds. 1st and 10 for Northwestern. Nice tackle by 34, Double D. Maybe a hold up front, but they're letting him play. 1st and 10, another give, Hall. Nice tackle by Kalen King, number 4. He's played more than his twin brother has, but I think Kobe's out there right now, too, number 41 at backer. Yeah. 2nd and 10, handoff again. So Northwestern's trying to establish a running game, and rightfully so. They really don't have much to show for. They're down 2 scores. It's most points Penn State has scored home against Northwestern in a decade. Because they were held to under 10 in 2014 when these two teams last met here. 3rd and 8. Some confusion with the motion men. Play clock at 2, they get it off. Helinski looking to throw. Pass, back shoulder incomplete. And to fall to 3rd and 8, make it 4th and 8. It went from 2nd and 8 to 3rd and 8 real quick to 4th and 8. So what the fuck is it? Northwestern's going to have to punt, though, it looks like. They wanted a pass interference. Ain't going to get it. Yeah, he was wide open. And it's 4th down. That's holding. He's grabbing them. Call it. Says Pat Fitzgerald all day. Yeah, they got away with one there. Penn State did on defense other than that. Shank on the punt, but takes Northwestern roll inside the 10. So 1st and 10 Lions from the 8. Still 3 timeouts and 3:06 to play. So now they can extend that 3 to 14 point swing here. Make it a 7 to 21 point swing early 3rd quarter potentially. So, I mean, 3 timeouts in 3 minutes and 6 seconds to drive 92 yards and score more points before halftime. And then you also get the ball to begin the second half. And then if you're still up only 14-0 midway through the 3rd quarter, that's a failure. So, yeah, we'll see what they do. But just keep running the football. You know, keep running the damn ball. Get to that 4th straight 100-yard rushing game for whether it be back to Singleton, who's had 2 of the last 3. Last week it was Katron Allen. Haven't yet to see him yet, though, today. So we'll see how they split the carries, you know, from here on out. It's been Singleton to Lee, back to Singleton. But, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. And whatever you do not turn the damn ball over. Because early it looked like the penalties and the turnovers were going to hurt them. They've gotten out of that hole. You know, since then they're having nothing stupid. They've still been able to move the ball though too, so that's a good sign. So with that being said, it's 14-0 Penn State with 3 minutes and 6 seconds to play in the half. They got 3 timeouts and a 1st and 10 at the 8-yard line. So they got a ways to go, but they can do some damage here again before halftime in the early 3rd quarters. They'll get the ball to begin the second half, I might add. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
TCU has Oklahoma their 2nd consecutive loss. Michigan had a little bit of a battle today against Iowa. We're showing you that because Adrian Martinez and Kansas State continue to be a story in the Big 12. Dan Miller, Jamie Galloway, Glenn May coming out on the Lexus halftime report. Thanks very much.
1st and 10 from the 8. I think Beaver Stadium wants to know, have you ever seen the rain? But Singleton on the give once again to the 13-yard line for 5, 2nd down and 5 from there. Yeah. I swear to God I'm bugged. I've been saying this now the past 10 minutes and they finally bring it up. But alright, whatever. You don't want to, you run the ball. You don't want to do anything stupid. Parker Washington motion. You don't want to just, sit back and relax either. You want to continue pedal the metal. Singleton on the run, out past the 30 to the 33, running with passion, 1st and 10 Penn State. 20-yard run for number 10. And another 1st down. Hell, he might have 100 fucking rushing yards in this first half if he keeps it up. especially if they run them the whole drive. Yeah, 16 of 78 and a 5-yard average for a touchdown. 2:12 and counting to play. 1st and 10. Keep running the damn ball from the 32. 1st and 10. Yep. Run it. Ooh, boom, he fumbled it. God damn it. You motherfucker. And Northwestern recovers. As good as he's running it, get him the hell out. He can't hold on to the damn ball today. Make sure he learns how to use duct tape during fucking halftime. Put Kevon Lee back in, for Christ's sake. Jesus fucking Christ. At least he was a little closer to recover at that time, but still, you can't fumble it to begin with. Another damn turnover for Penn State, and Northwestern's got a 1st and 10. God fucking damn it. Franklin's losing his shit, too. Like everybody else is. On the sideline, if they're not saying anything at all, and then everybody in the damn stadium. Go get a beer run before halftime. Yeah, 1st and 10, Northwestern to the 28. Well, he's down. That's a 2-yard loss. Down by contact. You don't need to be down by contact. You hit the ground, his knees down. It's a 2-yard loss. Should be 2nd and 12. Ray Charles could have fucking saw that. Thank you. Knee was down 2 yards in the backfield. So back at the 30, 2nd and 12. No, but they got 2 timeouts in a minute and a half, and, they're in field goal range. Penn State on the sack. Ball's out. Penn State to recover. Curtis Jacobs. Penn State getting the ball back a minute 17 and 3 timeouts. All right, defense gets the hell off the field. You got to respect Manny Diaz for what he's done. A month into the season as Penn State's new defense coordinator, taking over Brent Pry after he left for Virginia Tech. 6 total turnovers now, 3 by each team. Because of the weather with the rain. And Penn State, thank God, they lead at 14-0, unless this could be even worse than it is. Boom, Tarburton. And then it looked like Joey Porter Jr. along with, and that's a hold too, by the way, and he still got by. It looked like Joey Porter Jr. or Mustapher was going to recover, and then Jacobs was able to scoop it up. So Penn State 1st and 10. You want to do something with a minute 17 and 3 timeouts, and good field position. Basically back to right back where you started from. What, 2 plays later? Yeah. Northwestern can't be happy, and rightfully so. Can't blame them one bit. They don't turn the ball over, the game's tied at 0, because Penn State scored 14 points up for 3 turnovers. So from the 35, Kevon Lee back in the ball game and tailback. Just hopefully he doesn't turn it over. 2 yards. Call timeout. You got a minute and 3 timeouts. You should be able to get in field goal range, to go up 2.5 scores here at 17-0, let alone score, but it seems like they're in no fucking hurry. So 6 total turnovers because of the rain. Kevon Lee on the give again, no gain. And at this point, just take a fucking knee. Gonna lose a yard. Somebody's gonna have to call timeout. Game clock under the play clock, though. Penn State's don't even have to snap it. They don't want to. They go into halftime up 14. Why take a fucking deep shot? Northwestern's not calling any timeouts. Penn State ain't either. Don't do anything. Take a fucking deep shot. No. Franklin says no. They don't even have to snap it. Game clock's under the play clock. Fuck, play clock ain't even running. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That ends the first half. With 3 timeouts and a minute and a half after you get the ball back, after you turn it over yourselves, you get a turnover, get it back, you don't do anything. So we hit halftime as Penn State's up 14-0 on Northwestern here. 6 total turnovers. Penn State has a good plus margin on Northwestern in total yardage. Northwestern has not really gotten the ball out past midfield, other than that last drive they started inside the 30 because of the turnover, but they also turned it over themselves then. 4 penalties, refs have let them play. But just thank God they have a 14-0 lead right now, because if not, we're knotted up at 0. But 6 total turnovers because of the rain. And rightfully so. Nobody can hold on the damn ball. But you still don't want to allow the weather to affect the outcome of this game with every single play as we see highlights. Ohio State's up on Rutgers. TCU beat Oklahoma. Currently right now, Wake Forest is up on Florida State. Oklahoma State extended their lead at Baylor. Alabama's up 3 scores still at Arkansas against the Hogs. So here in a second, we'll pull up some first half stats and scores. As it's 5 o'clock on the dot, we'll talk about the rain coming down. It's going to pick up. So it's 14-0. Honestly, might be it, unless these two teams can, figure something else out as we move on. But, of course, as always, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. But Alabama scores again, 28-0. They're actually showing off those highlights during halftime here on ESPN, but they just scored again on CBS. And Bryce Young's injured, so backup quarterback in for the Tide, but they're still on 4 scores. And Arkansas, wishing this game was not being played today, let alone 7 years ago. But if 7 years ago, they'd still probably get blown out. Hogs did beat Penn State in the Outback Bowl last year, I might add. Honestly, where to start? Clifford hasn't looked bad. Okay, he had 1 turnover with the interception. Ball completely sailed. The same thing happened with Helinski. With how what the ball is, all right. But Helinski hasn't really done shit, though, either. Clifford's, aired it out and has made some pretty good throws with the protection he's been given. And they have a running game to help him out, too, I might add, with Singleton and Kevon Lee. So keep that up. But then 2 fumbles by each team. So 4 of those total, 6 total turnovers, 3 apiece. As that split down the middle as well. The rest have let them play, like I said. But Penn State's in a good spot. At this point, even with, being very wet and slippy out, don't let this game slip away, so to speak, all right? Hopefully the crowd, damn well they will feed off of what happens coming up in this 3rd and 4th quarter, as they always do anyway. But you have a lead, okay? And you have a good running game now, thank God. It still needs improvement, though, no doubt about it. There's always room for improvement anywhere. Sound like a fucking coach. Might sound cliche as well, but it's the truth, all right? You have a lead at home. It's even better when you're on the road and you have a lead and you're able to run the football. You're able to work clock, piss off the home fans, because they can't stop you. That's what. Just keep running the ball. Northwestern, they've been able to stop you a little bit. Not as much as Penn State stopped them on defense. 3 turnovers, as many punts, I believe, plus 1 or 2. So Northwestern, with all the drives they've had, as we are Penn State. Get that commercial. Northwestern has had the ball for a little over 11 minutes. They're down 14. They only have 4 first downs. They're balanced in the passing and rush game, 38 and 40. But the turnovers have cost them. Penn State capitalizing off of the turnovers have cost them. Whereas the Penn State defense, they've been able to get stops. So, 81 yards passing for Clifford, $121 on the ground. Had the ball a good 7-8 minutes more. Even with the turnovers, the defense has been able to get off the field. So they'll continue to show off some highlights here. But you're at home, you have a lead, you have a running game, run the damn ball, work the clock, and of course in the meantime dry up as much as you can. But you're going to go right back out and get wet again anyway. Just get out of this game unscathed, healthy, going into the bye week next week. All right, that's all I ask at this point, along with a W. All right, don't let this game slip away, because it ain't over by any means just yet. It's a 6-minute game. We're only at halftime. All right. They had a lead at Purdue week 1 a month ago. Had to come back and win that game with a minute left. They put it to Ohio and Auburn, no doubt about it. 40-plus points in those 2 wins. But then last week, to start off, they were hungover after a big win 2 weeks ago. And then, knowing how good Central Michigan, not necessarily is, but just knowing how they're going to play you, very tough, like Northwestern today. Hey, at least they're fucking learning to cover and tackle, because, Helinski is 3 of 11 for 38 yards. I mean, they gave a big run, too, to Hall for 29 yards, who has 9 carries, 42 yards rushing. But at least defensively, they've been able to cover and tackle today, get off the field, big stops at the line of scrimmage, forcing turnovers. But whatever you do, just don't let this game slip away. I still have a feeling it's going to be close. I mean, hell, it's close as it is. 14-0. 2 scores is nothing in the sport of football, especially when there's a ton of time left. If there's a minute left, okay, you need a miracle. But Northwestern's still in this. They are. Hear me out. Pat Fitzgerald, he's been there. He's come into Penn State and won before. I get that was then, this is now, though. And Penn State today, they're not single-handedly beating them. And Northwestern, ain't getting their ass kicked by any means. It's not like Penn State's up 50-0, 14-0, okay? Because roles reversed, Penn State's down. I'm saying the same thing. They can come back, all right? Because I've seen it happen. Northwestern can still come back in this game and make it interesting, no doubt about it. They just got to find a running game. And they got to convert on 3rd down and pick up some more first downs. No turnovers for either team, might add, including Penn State, no doubt about it. But Penn State is at home. They're serving alcohol for the first time. Everybody's drunk to begin with. Everybody is going to be 10 times more drunker now. And Beaver Stadium's, been voted, as it's been the past X amount of years, as one of the toughest environments in all college football. Not just the Big Ten in all college football. So, to this point, with the defense able to get off the field, hopefully knock on wood, you would think they'd still be able to get off the field in the second half. Along with offensively running the football, Clifford having to make some plays, no doubt about it, and then you go from there. I wouldn't play Drew today. I wouldn't. Just go into the bye week and get ready for Michigan. But you still got another half of football to be played here today. So you don't want to look ahead. That's what you don't want to take a back seat, like I said a little bit ago. You know, you still want to push that throttle a little bit. So, you get the ball to your tight ends, no doubt about it. But offensive line, they've looked, I thought this year, at this point, pretty stout. Just like defense, even more so than not. Been able to block, being able to get to the backfield, being able to run the ball and stop the run, and get off the field when they need to, and, you know, how much else you can ask for. Because there's still a lot of work to be done, of course. They still have a ton of potential if they can put it all together, no doubt about it. So see what happens in the second half. But at halftime, I'll leave it at that for the time being. Penn State leads Northwestern 14-0. Ryan Helinski's 3 of 11 for 38 yards passing, has an interception. Northwestern also has 2 fumbles. Hall, 9 carries, 42 yards rushing. And then Navarro, 2 catches, 25 yards. And Artie Lang has a catch for 13 yards. Sean Clifford, the big red dog, 7 of 10, 81 yards. Does have an interception as well, but he has a passing touchdown to Brent Strange for 20 yards out. Parker Washington, 2 catches, 21 yards. Strange, that catch for 20 yards and touchdown. Harrison Walsh, catch for 12 yards. Singleton, 1 for 11. Tinsley, 1 for 9. And Theo Johnson, a catch for 8. Kevon Lee has 9 carries, 40 yards rushing. Penn State does have 2 fumbles, I might add, but Nick Singleton has 17 carries, 76 yards rushing, and a rushing touchdown. So 14-0 is, in fact, your halftime score here today, with the Nittany Lions on top of the Wildcats. The Lions are the alpha male of cats. They're all cats. They're all in the cat family. But, you know, at the top of that food chain, it's lions, tigers, and maybe a Wolverine or a Hawkeye or a bear or, you know, whatever other mascot you want to throw into that mix. Oh, my. Michigan beat Iowa. Purdue beat Minnesota. Brett Bielema in Illinois got the better of his former team in Wisconsin. On the road, I might add. So they continue to show some highlights. We're nearing halftime in these other games as halftime rolls on right here in Happy Valley and over at Beaver Stadium with Penn State on top of Northwestern once again. 14-0 your score. And once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Final scores from this college football week 5 will begin on Thursday night. We're also going to preview week 6 by the end of this stream as well, so stay tuned. But on Thursday, BYU defeated Utah State 38-26. South Carolina 50-10 over South Carolina State in a game that was supposed to be played today but moved up to Thursday because of the hurricane. Last night, in overtime, Tulane defeated Houston 27-24, as that was the Cougars' 3rd overtime game of the year. 2nd loss, though, after winning in triple overtime week 1. They lost in double overtime week 2. Had regulation games the past couple weeks. They lose in overtime their last night at home to the Green Wave by 3, as they wave goodbye back to Louisiana 27-24. University of Texas San Antonio 40-30 over Middle Tennessee State. Make that 45-30, over Middle Tennessee State. Boise State scored 35 unanswered and won at home on the blue turf against San Diego State 35-13. UNLV 31-20 over New Mexico, and then in some Pac-12 after dark action on a Friday night on ESPN, I might add. About an hour or so before Dish was blacked out, or ESPN was blacked out on Dish and Sling TV. Final score is a hit 0-0 as UCLA. The Bruins upset the 15th ranked Washington Huskies 40-32, but UCLA is in fact 5-0 the first team to reach that point this season. Of course, having played on a Friday night. Well, you still got a bunch of games today. Coming up though, a game from today moved to tomorrow. Eastern Washington and Florida also had a game with SMU and UCF from today that was moved to tomorrow, but then they also moved it to next Wednesday because both teams are on bye weeks next week. So we'll have a college football game from week 5 be played a few days prior to next week kicking off, next Wednesday down in Orlando. Having gone final already in college football today, Michigan defeated Iowa 27-14. Ole Miss hung on at home. Haughty-toddy 22-19 win over Kentucky. TCU put up 55 against Oklahoma, handing the Sooners their second straight loss after they lost to Kansas State last week. Kansas State defeated Texas Tech at home 37-28, I might add. Purdue 20-10 win at 21st ranked Minnesota as the Golden Gophers lose for the first time this year. Georgia State 31-14 win at Army. As mentioned, Illinois beat Wisconsin 34-10. Boston College won on a game-winning field goal 34-33 at home against Louisville. Air Force 13-10 defeating Navy, so they were the lone of the 3 military schools to pick up a win today. Air Force defeating Navy 13-10, and Army losing to Georgia State 31-14 as mentioned. Memphis 24-3 win against Temple. The Dukes of James Madison with a 40-13 win over Texas State. Ongoing in college football, Eastern Michigan leads UMass 20-13. Northern Illinois 38-31 over Ball State. East Carolina, South Florida 48-21 your score there. Alabama, Arkansas just at halftime with tied up by 21, 28-7. Ohio State leads 21-7 over Rutgers. Oklahoma State 16-3 at Baylor at the half. Of course, halftime right here in Napa Valley. Penn State leading Northwestern 14-0. Wake Forest 21-7 at Florida State. Kansas up by 6 at home against Iowa State 14-8. Fresno State 13-6 over UConn. Got a good one with Michigan State of Maryland 21-13 Terps over the Spartans. North Carolina 24-10 over Virginia Tech. Toledo's putting it to Penn State's last opponent, Central Michigan, in 31-3. Bowling Green leads Akron 24-14. Buffalo leading at halftime Northwestern's last opponent last week in Miami, Ohio by 14-10 from upstate Western New York. Ohio 10-7 at Kent State. App State leading the Citadel 35-zip. Marshall 14-7 over Gardner-Webb. Mississippi State surprisingly leading Texas A&M 14-0. North Texas 21-7 over FAU. Syracuse leading Wagner early first quarter 7-0. And South Alabama and Louisiana Lafayette just kicked off. Games still to kick off tonight. We have Cal and Washington State. Liberty at Old Dominion from the 757. New Hampshire and Western Michigan from Kalamazoo. UTEP's going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, and take on the 49ers. LSU Auburn from the Plains tonight on ESPN, following Northwestern Penn State, actually. Cincinnati Tulsa. Got Georgia Southern Coastal Carolina Louisiana Monroe, Arkansas State. Troy at Western Kentucky. Georgia will be at Mizzou in the SEC East. Saturday Night Football on ABC. NC State, Clemson from Death Valley. From Austin, Texas, though, it's not Austin city limits, but it's West Virginia and Texas, so you can either hook the horns or horns down. In the Big 12, Indiana, Nebraska, Virginia, Duke, San Jose State, Wyoming, UAB at Rice, Pitt hosting Georgia Tech, FIU's at New Mexico State, and now some Pac-12 after dark. Colorado at Arizona, Arizona State, USC, and then tonight at 11 o'clock on FS1, we have Stanford and Oregon from Autzen Stadium in Eugene. So that should be a good game. And then we'll also preview what's to come next week in college football, week 6, by the end of today's stream as well. So stay tuned for that. And then also be sure to also tune back in tomorrow for NFL Live Watch Along Reactions, live right here on YouTube with the Jets and Steelers at 1 o'clock, followed by Sunday Night Football, Chiefs Buccaneers, and then on Monday as well for Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. But in the meantime, we kick off the second half, 1st and 10 Penn State from the 25-yard line, and the Fat Man is in the ball game at tailback for Penn State, number 13, Katron Allen. He gets a few yards, 2nd down and 7 or so for Penn State here to begin the second half with a 14-0 lead. So they showed off a stat, first time Big Ten play since November of 2006, that I believe in the first half both teams had 3+ turnovers, but one team had a double-digit lead on top of that, if I'm not mistaken. I could have read that wrong. I don't know if you could have heard any audio being picked up from that or not, as James Franklin actually changed his hat during halftime, as did Pat Fitzgerald, but everybody's still getting soaking wet anyway because the rain continues to fall here in Happy Valley. Trips near side, 2nd and 7, out of the pistol, handoff 13. Katron Allen going to bounce it 3 yards to the 31. Be 3rd down and about 4 for the blue and white. No, they work running backs series by series, or 2 or 3. So this ain't nothing new. Parker Washington gets the first down catch after the 41, 1st and 10 Penn State on 3rd and 4. They were saying potentially that, so-and-so could be done. I mean, I like I said earlier, I wouldn't mind that, keep everybody healthy. But, man, just keep doing, of course, what you're doing. You play with who you have. 1st and 10, Katron Allen. And 5 yards, maybe 6 for him. 2nd down and medium. I don't know if the game plan was to let him sit the whole first half, if, suspended or something for the first half of play or whatnot. He's just playing the second half or what, but 2nd and 5. Handoff to the Fat Man for another 2-3 yards. 3rd and short for Penn State. Keep it going. Keep it going. Third and 2, another trips bunch near side. Quarterback draw, Clifford, and he's not going to get it. They might have gave it to him there, but I don't know. I don't think so. He's going to be about a half football short. He didn't get that, no. They 4th and inches. 4th down, yep. I mean, you have a lead. This could go either way. You can go for it if you want. I wouldn't mind, just as long as you convert. I mean, you can pin them deep, but if the thing is you don't get it and they capitalize off this, come back and cut this lead, and this is a play we go back to that when the game changed, then, yeah, why the fuck you go for it? 4th and 1 handoff, Katron Allen, and he'll get the first down. All right. Phoo-wee. 1st and 10, Penn State. First and 10 from the 49. Another handoff. Katron Allen up the middle, and he'll bounce it for 8. 2nd and 2. It all starts up front. You got to be able to block to run the damn ball. And now today they're going to have 3 running backs, potentially with 50 yards rushing apiece once it's all said and done if they keep it up. 2nd and 2. Northwestern jump, causing Penn State to false start. Yeah, that's an offside. Be 1st and 10. Now? Did not enter the neutral zone, so they say offside on the offense, more like false start. They can't even get the signal right for the penalty after saying it was an offside, but it wasn't. They say false start, but it's signal offside. Come on. What the fuck? Clifford looking to throw. Dumps it back. Katron Allen gets drilled. It's incomplete. That could have been scary. That could have been bad. Yeah, I don't know why he came back to it. But 3rd and 7. Katron Allen up the middle, and he gets to the 35. 1st and 10, Penn State. And that's a Penn State first down. Run, 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 run. From the 35, 1st and 10, Penn State out of the pistol. Another run to 13. Katron Allen for 2, maybe 3, 2nd down. Under 10 to play in this 3rd quarter. They've barely passed on this drive. They've ran it the whole way down the field. This is old school as old school can get, especially with the weather. With much rain. Honestly, basically playing in a fucking hurricane. Second down and 8. From the 33, Clifford out of the pistol again. Another handoff. Kevon Lee now. So they give, oh my God, he fumbled it. And Northwestern recovers. Was he down though? Franklin's pissed. And rightfully so. Another fucking turnover by Penn State. Come on. How do you let that happen, even with the weather? None of them can hold on to it now. Was he down, though, is the question. Nope, that ball's out to fumble Northwestern in 1st and 10. God damn it. Well, he put in fucking Devin Ford at running back and see if he can hold on to it. Because Singleton's coughed it up. Kevon Lee's coughed it up. Katron just got a break because they were running the whole drive. And then Lee gets back in and he fumbles it. So now 4 turnovers for Penn State. 7 total today. Good God. Like, seriously. How the hell do you let that happen? Other than, of course, it being a big hit. Jarring the ball loose because it's also wet because of the rain. But you play through it. Turnovers absolutely kill you. So, yeah, there's that. We'll see if the defense here can get off the field. They had a good drive going to begin the second half. Taking up a good chunk of change, but nothing to show for it because they turned it over. So, I mean, man, just frustrating as all hell. Very frustrating, to say the least. Man. So 14-0. Yeah, almost taking up half the quarter. And then you fumble it again. So, 14-0 Penn State. Northwestern ball, 1st and 10 when we come back. Even with a lead, like I said, halftime, Northwestern's still in this game. Don't let these turnovers lie to cost you the game now. Like, this is absolutely pathetic. Come on. I don't mind continuing to run it like that, but eventually, you know, hopefully you're going to break one off, but yet you turn it over again. So, I just, very frustrating with that. And, you know, I think this is the most Franklin's ever been pissed off in a game for, you know, something going wrong rather than him normally standing there with his arms crossed, not doing a damn thing. So, I mean, I'd be pissed off too, no doubt about it. At least he's showing some fight though. But yeah. Just Mustafer on the tackle along with Joey Porter Jr. Just frustrating once again. So 1st and 10, Northwestern, about a 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8. But I mean, with the weather the way it is, what do you expect? But still at the same time, I mean, come on. Walensky out of the gun. Handoff. Penn State there to bring him down the backfield. Jair Brown on a big tackle for loss. The 3rd mile. Third and 12 officially. 3rd and 12. Walensky dumps it off. It's caught, but short of the line again. 4th and 2. And Northwestern's going to have a decision to make. I mean, you go for it and don't get it. You're honestly asking for it. False start, everybody fucking moved, and then an offside. We'll see what they call on the flag. Orlowski was right, and I'd be saying the same thing, so you can get him to jump off sides. But 4th and 2. False start, 4th and 7. They definitely got a punt now. Pat Fitzgerald losing his shit, rightfully so, because that could have went either way. That's a false start, and then the motion. Penn State jumps. It's a movement everywhere. They call false start. Yeah. So now they got a punt. But even 4th and 2, as I was saying, you don't get it. Honestly, you're asking for it. You're honestly, as Penn State almost blocks the punt. Fair caught. And then Parker Washington, did not fair catch it on the return out past the 30 to 35, 37. 1st and 10 Penn State, 6-2 playing third. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. But that's just how good Penn State's defense is. 7 of 9 drives. Northwestern's had 3 plays or less with 3 turnovers. And then all the punts. But you're honestly, which they ended up having a punt anyway, but you're looking to be done with. And hopefully, somebody finds you. But they're still in it. Penn State's got to do something now to, not necessarily put it on ice, but for them to put it out of reach. But this might be enough as it is, with how the game's gone. So they punt. Penn State gets it back, 1st and 10. As we're underway in the second half of all these other games now as well. Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma State, Baylor, and Wake Forest, Florida State. 28-7 Demon Deacons over the Seminoles. Cowboys, it was 23-10. It's now 23-17 OK State at Baylor. 28-7 Bama over Arkansas. So Ryan Helinski, 4-12, 48 yards passing. Hall does have 10 carries, 45 yards rushing. But then Penn State, Clifford's 8-12 for 90 yards and a touchdown. Also has the interception, but 7 total turnovers, 4 by Penn State, 3 by Northwestern because of the weather. Nick Singleton has 17 carries, 76 yards, rushing and a touchdown. Kevon Lee, 10 of 40. Katron Allen had 8 carries, 37 yards rushing on that drive before they pulled him out for a play or two. Lee gets back in and fumbles it, but then the defense gets off the field. This defense is winning the game. Of course, the offense has scored both touchdowns, and off of the turnovers, I might add too. But defense ain't playing as good as they are. Who knows? Maybe we're tied up. Maybe it's a whole hell of a lot closer than it is at 14-0. 14-0 is not 50-0, like I said earlier. Northwestern's still going to have some time and some more chances to do something, but they can't move the ball because with how good Penn State's playing on D. So this Penn State, 1st and 10 here from around 35-40 after the punt. Just continue to run the football. Work clock. Just don't turn it over. Whatever you do not turn that ball over. But if you do, the defense is there to, belly out for the most part. Parker Washington, 3 of 30. Receiving. Brent Strange still a catch for 20 yards and a touchdown. And everything else is the same too. Because it's been all run. They show off the new Ryan Field for Northwestern as they'll be building a new stadium. So where are they going to be playing at in the meantime? Because from what I heard, it's going to be on the exact site of where Ryan Field's at right now. But if it's not, they can still play there. In the meantime, while it gets built. But if it's on the exact site, they tear it down, which they said they were going to build a new one. Where else in Chicago are you going to play other than Soldier Field? You going to go to Wrigley? No, because baseball season's in September and October. You don't know how the Cubs, let alone the White Sox, who want to go the whole way across town, are going to be. Maybe they do what Hawaii and San Diego State have done recently. And you put down turf. Well, they honestly just redid their practice facility anyway, right on the lake. Maybe you add seats there, and maybe that's where they play their games. I don't know. But like I said, coming up for the Big Ten schedule, right now, don't know when the next time Penn State and Northwestern are going to play, here or there for that matter. But yeah, Fitzgerald's done a damn good job at Northwestern. I remember when he took over because their head coach, and I believe it was Gary Walker, his name if I'm not mistaken, had a heart attack over the summer and died. And then he was an assistant on the staff because he played there and got promoted then, and he's been the head coach ever since. And in 06, Northwestern came here and lost in his first year as Northwestern head coach. This year, I'm not saying it's going to be his last, but his 17th year, they're also playing at Penn State, and they're losing right now. It's come to Penn State a total now, first since 14 today. They won then, but they lost in 12, they lost in 10, and they lost in 06. When these 4 years since they last played, 5 years, 17, 22, but 18, 19, 20, and 21, even though they're supposed to play twice in 2020 and then never did with the schedule changes. Penn State punts, by the way, too. So they can't do anything. They're still 14-0, 5:23 to play in the third quarter. Was the longest differential, longest gap that these two teams haven't played since Penn State joined the Big Ten in 93. Because before then it was 2 years, and then a year with it being split, and then another year, and then they haven't met since 17, like I said. Because they met from 2010 on. 2010, 2011, 2012. Didn't play in 13 or 16, but 2 of the last 3 wins for Northwestern in the series, like I said earlier, were 14 and 15. When Penn State won in 17, they haven't met since. So, Northwestern's in the Big Ten West. They'll stay in the Big Ten West, I would have to think. Purdue would be that team to jump to the East. Maybe Illinois or Northwestern as well, but then you got Notre Dame. If they join, you'd have to think they'd also be in the East, once USC and UCLA join the conference in 2024. But then also there was the talk that they could, put them into pods, 4 teams a pod, where you're at regionally rather than, split it down the middle, East and West as it is now. But, because Northwestern's in Chicago, Notre Dame's east of Chicago, Illinois is south, even though state of Illinois, Champaign south, USC and UCLA out west, well, they're going to be in the West automatically, and you know that much. But, so yeah, today might be the last time for a little while. Maybe next year, maybe the year after. Maybe not for a couple more years, though. Because it seemed like they were playing a lot, and then they haven't been. But they're one of the 2 crossover home games for Penn State out of the Big Ten West this year. They host Minnesota in a couple weeks for the whiteout on homecoming weekend before Ohio State rolls in. But we'll get more into all that later on. Still one thing at a time here today. Defensively, hope they can get off the field once again here and hold on to a 14-0 lead and get out of Dodge and get out of the rain with a win and get into the bye week healthy next week before they go to Michigan once again. So, like I said last week too, season ain't getting any easier. Just imagine if Northwestern was able to do a little bit more today than what they've done. Which, of course, ain't much, but at the same point in time, Penn State really hasn't done much either. They can run the football, though, and they've been able to get off the field on defense. So, the 7 turnovers, costly for both teams, but with that being said, Penn State still leads at 14-0. So I'll leave it at that. Get back from break here in a minute. And shortly we will preview college football for next week as well. So stay tuned. But 5:23 to play in the third quarter. Penn State leads it 14-0 over the Cats from Evanston. First and 10, Northwestern. Dump off on a screen near side. And about 8 yards on the catch and run. Second and short. Aaron Donald did not play at Penn State, Darren Losky. He played at Pitt. But yeah, no draft picks under Franklin at Penn State. Yeah, Drew Allard, young Ben Roethlisberger, young Josh Allen. He's right, Penn State has had NFL talent and at every position other than quarterback throughout history. But Penn State's linebacker and then you have good running backs, and then you fill the rest. You don't need a good quarterback. You run the ball and play good D. Good quarterback sure as hell helps you. No doubt about it. They run a direct snap on 3rd and 1. They're not going to get it, though. Penn State going to stuff them. Tarburton and Mustafer on the tackle, 4th and short. And we'll see what Northwestern does. They're going to go for it, remember, on 4th and 2 before the false start and the punt. So 4th and inches. They say, 4th and inches. They're going to go for it. Under 4 to play in this third, but Penn State's had reliable quarterbacks. They've won a bunch of games, I might add, as well. They don't, step out of the back of the end zone for safety by any means, Dan Orlovsky or Jimmy Garoppolo now. But Penn State's had good quarterbacks throughout the years. And not necessarily it's college football. It's not the NFL, They're just talking, of course, about the draft picks. And Franklin's done a damn good job recruiting, and then get that talent to the next level as well. But you worry about the future, honestly, when it gets there. But you need to be ready for it, though, too. It's college football, not the NFL. I'll leave it at that. 1st and 10, Northwestern, so they do convert. They'll reset the play clock. And they'll play on. From the 29, 1st and 10, empty set, Alinsky, and 5, maybe 6 on the reception. Be 2nd down and medium. Hey, 2nd and 4 from the 35. Another empty set formation from Northwestern. They're starting to throw. They need to. Alinsky, deep ball on the far side, incomplete. Johnny Dixon on the coverage. Third and 4 from the 35. Dump off on the screen, and they get the first down. Kobe King with a missed tackle. Keaton Ellis brings him down out past midfield to 47. 1st and 10, Northwestern. So they're starting to go.
to leak your tail back out. That's why when you get into these bad situations, it's so hard to say, hey, receive it by yourself. Go win on a sling. Use those punches. Use those motions where you can create traffic for defenders to have to run through. So Kobe King being helped off the field. Remember, he replaced Tyler Elston earlier.
Yeah, they're slim at linebacker to begin with. I've talked about that all year. Now some injuries. We'll see who fills that spot as the crowd's fizzled out. Everybody's sick of the fucking rain and has left. 2:32 to play in the third. More so not the student section. Season ticket holders have stayed. Be the last home game for 3 weeks. 1st and 10, incomplete on a slant, no penalty. They're letting them play today. They're calling the obvious fouls, but in with the penalty. Flag, throw it. If not, let them play. But, I mean, talk about the weather. It's raining today. It's going to get colder as the season goes on, so it's going to get any better. But yeah, you can talk about recruiting and all that like we were just talking about a little bit ago. But unless it's executed out on the field, you can be the best player ever. But if you play like shit, like, it ain't going to matter. 2nd and 10 from the 47. 5 wide. Helinski, deep ball. And wide open to the 15-yard line. Carter breaks his own ankles, misses the tackle, and Northwestern walks in, touchdown with 2:10 to play in the third, cutting the lead. And like I said, watch out. This game ain't over by any means. They still have some chances to come back and make this a ball game. Because even with as bad as they've played, Penn State really hasn't done much, to help themselves, similar to last week. And they got lucky then. I said that then, too. You don't believe me? Go watch it. Go listen to it. Same thing's happening right now. Talking about how wet and slippy it is, they're starting to let this slip now. Extra points up and good. So 14-7 Penn State on top of Willie the Wildcat and Northwestern, 14-7 with 2:10 to play in the third quarter. So offensively, they got to get something going. Continue to run the football, but Sean Clifford's going to have to make some plays. Whatever you do, though, offensively for Penn State, whatever you do not turn it over. Penalties are going to be their downfall today if it keeps up. I don't know how the hell he got that wide open, and Carter broke his own fucking ankles. And, when you have a linebacker on a fucking number one receiver deep downfield, like, you're screwed for the most part to begin with. And he walks in touchdown, so. They, like I said, still have done enough early. They're still up 7, but they still got to do more. Defense. Penn State's defense, bending. They broke there, but we'll see moving forward. Man. From the 6 on the return, they signal fair catch. It's a 1st and 10, Penn State at the 25. But, yeah, they got to get going here. They want to win this game. And the crowd, with everybody that's left, or they moved up under the overhang of the north and south end zones for the upper deck. Crowd needs to start making some noise. Seems like Northwestern on that drive took all the air out. But, yeah, 14-7, 2 minutes to play in the third. Another handoff, Katron Allen. Run the hot hand. I mean, hell, fucking 40 yards on the drive. They ran him like a horse into the ground before they ended up fumbling with Kevon Lee because they gave him a break. 2nd and 8. Clifford's got to make some plays. They still got to find a running game, or continue their running game, Got to get your tight ends. But these receivers, Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, somebody's going to step up. They're going to take a deep shot. Parker Washington, Caught inside the 40, down to the 30. The ref slips out of bounds, but it's still caught. First down, Penn State. There we go, 1st and 10. One, I swear to God, I'm bugged. Two, I guess I can see the future again. But yeah, good play call by Mike Yersich. Just, a simple, deep crosser. And right on the money for P-Dub. And 3 makes the catch at the 30, 1st and 10. He's in motion near side. They'll hand off Katron Allen. Yeah, exactly. Balance and consistency. Keep it simple. Back to the run game. 13 for 13. First down, Penn State. Now you want to go to your tight ends again. Bretton Strange, Theo Johnson, Tyler Warren. Whatever you do, don't turn it over. Quick touchdown drive like this will put the pressure back on them. Then you got another 2 touchdown lead. Entering the 4th quarter, defense gets you stops. You hold on to win. So 1st and 10, Penn State. Explosive plays. Trips near side. Liam Clifford in motion, top of your screen, number 82. Sean's little brother, the little red dog. Katron on the give, and he's going to lose 2 back to the 19. So 2nd and 12 from there. And that should do it for the 3rd quarter. They'll switch end zones going from south to north now. But 14-7 at the end of 3 with Penn State on top. Going to try to punch it in, extend their lead. Hell, field goal be fine by me right now if you can't score a touchdown. But you've had kicking issues with Jake Pinniger. Go back to relying on special teams. Comes down to it, well, he might need to make a kick to give him a 10-point lead. Because that's back to 2 scores. Touchdowns even better. You're back up 14. You're putting pressure back on Northwestern. They didn't do anything until their last touchdown drive anyway. So time's against them. But your back's also up against the wall with, not really doing a hell of a lot here today either. Just keep running the football, though, because they can't stop you for the most part. They can, but they can't. But you want to, as they did beat them deep on that play to Parker Washington, you want to keep them on their heels. They've done a good job of balancing the offense out today. They have. I thought they have at least. But right now, inside the red zone, or at least inside the 25, they lose a few yards there. Well, still at the 19, inside the red zone, yeah. 2nd and 12 to begin the 4th when we come back. You got to go to your tight ends. Theo Johnson doesn't have a touchdown reception at all yet this year. Brent Strange has one earlier. Of course, Singleton with a touchdown run. We haven't seen him, though, in a little while. It's been Allen and Lee the second half. So maybe they were right coming out of halftime that Singleton wasn't going to play the rest of the way, But hell, we just saw Liam Clifford in there at receiver. Like I said, though, right before they hit the Parker Washington deep ball, one of the receivers need to step up, whether it be him, Mitchell Tinsley, hell, even Harrison Wallace, Clifford's in there. And of course, Lambert Smith went down with an injury, but I don't know about any of these youngsters with, talk about red shirts. So we haven't seen Devin Ford at all yet either. Maybe throw him and then in there, run a screen with him and he walks in like he did, or close to it earlier this year in one of the games, as Kevon Lee also caught a touchdown catch out of the backfield for the game-winning score at Purdue week 1, I might add. So I wouldn't do anything trickery. I wouldn't want to do anything stupid here. I still keep it simple. I mean, knowing them, though, you continue to run it, no doubt about it. Maybe a quarterback draw. Go back, 2nd and 12. Get a third. Get a third manageable if you're not getting a first down here. From here, you don't get any more yardage. From the 19, you're going to be sitting at about, 29, make it a 36, 37-yard field goal. Which that's doable for Pinniger. He can't, really make anything outside of 48 or 50 by any means. But you got to punch it in with a touchdown. I'll take a field goal if it comes down to it, but I'd like a 6. and a 7 to go back up 2 scores. And you're putting the pressure back on them. So the more you run it, the better chance you're going to break one. We'll see who's going to be toting the rock. Just whatever you do, though, the 7 total turnovers by both these teams, do not turn the damn ball over. Run the damn ball. Don't turn it over. Keep it simple. So at the end of 3, Penn State leads Northwestern 14-7. Sean Clifford officially, after that deep ball, as Penn State just got shut out in the third as they scored 7 in the first and second. Northwestern was shut out, of course, in the first half. They scored 7 in that third quarter. But 14-7 to begin the fourth. 2nd and 12 for Penn State from the 19. Clifford has mentioned 9 of 14, a $133, and a touchdown. Handoff, they lose 2, make it 3rd and 14. Back to the 21. I mean, you can run it again and kick the field goal. 17-7. Both. Gonna have a timeout. TV timeout? 30-second timeout. Yeah, we just went with a TV timeout for the quarter. 1 minute, he wants a full timeout. But you can work something over the middle here to your tight ends. You can take a deep shot into the corner, throw a deep fade. Just don't turn the ball over. Yeah, Penn State finally selling beer. Suds are, in fact, available. Miller Lite, Yingling, Michelob, Coors, along with Blue Moon. There's the Big Uglies. We talked about, of course, Penn State and the alcohol sales last week with, what they could do into the future with Beaver Stadium. As they said, it should be used more than 7-8 times a year for a football season. 3rd and 13, they take a deep shot in the end zone. Harrison Wallace, and he almost makes a one-handed snag, incomplete. 4th and 13. So they'll kick the field goal. Here comes Pinniger from about 21, 31, 38, 39, 40 yards, give or take. Yeah, he almost caught that. And then into a puddle of mud he goes. Slop. Rain. Go away. It'll be gone by tomorrow morning. It's supposed to warm back up. Mid-60s early next week. Right here in Happy Valley. 38-yard field goal. Jake Pinniger kicks up and good. 17-7 Penn State. And they're back up double digits. 10 points with 14:29 to play. So a little bit more breathing room, relax a little bit, and the defense, of course, can, hopefully get some stops here and, close this game out. Talked about the 7 turnovers. I mean, why not 1 or 2 more for Northwestern at this point? As they'll host Wisconsin next week. Penn State, of course, on a bye before they go to Michigan. But also next week in college football, we'll have SMU and UCF next Wednesday in a game that's supposed to be played today, but moved to tomorrow, moved to next Sunday, or moved from today, to tomorrow and Sunday, but now next Wednesday with the aftermath of the hurricane. Next Friday in college football, Rutgers will host Nebraska. Got Houston at Memphis, Colorado State, Nevada, and UNLV at San Jose State. Next Saturday, it looks like only 2 kick times to be determined. Those are in the ACC. Those will be announced tomorrow then. And then we'll get into the following week for when Penn State goes to Michigan for what time that game could potentially be. I'm guessing it's going to be 7:30 on ABC from the Big House, Saturday Night Football. So we'll see. But next week in college football, Clemson, Boston College, Florida State, NC State. Speaking of Michigan, they'll play at Indiana. It seems like they always play Indiana either the week before or the week after they play Penn State. So the Wolverines will be in Bloomington. Tennessee is going to go to LSU. That should be a good game. The Red River rivalry with Texas and Oklahoma. We got Arkansas and Mississippi State as well. TCU, Kansas, low-key good game next week in the Big 12. Mizzou, Florida, Purdue, Maryland, Louisville at Virginia, Eastern Michigan, Western Michigan. Bowling Green hosting Buffalo, Akron at Ohio, Georgia Southern and Georgia State. Got South Florida and Cincinnati. The Deep South's oldest rivalry in Auburn and Georgia. Texas Tech at Oklahoma State. Utah, UCLA would be a low-key, damn good game next Saturday afternoon. Virginia Tech, Pitt, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Liberty, UMass, East Carolina, Tulane, Tulsa, Navy, Ball State, Central Michigan, Toledo's at Northern Illinois, Kent State, Miami, Ohio, Middle Tennessee State, UAB, Ohio State at Michigan State next Saturday at 4 o'clock on ABC. Ole Miss, Vandy, Washington, Arizona State, Duke, Georgia Tech, North Carolina, Miami, Western Kentucky, University of Texas, San Antonio, Air Force at Utah State, got Wyoming, New Mexico. James Madison will play at Arkansas State, App State, Texas State, Southern Miss, Troy, UConn, FIU. You got UTEP and Louisiana Tech. Also, Washington State, USC, South Carolina at Kentucky. BYU plays at Notre Dame next Saturday night. Army, Wake Forest. Also, Kansas State, Iowa State, Iowa, Illinois should be a low-key good game as well. Oregon, Arizona, Coastal Carolina, Louisiana, Monroe, Fresno State, Boise State from the Blue Turf, Hawaii at San Diego State, Oregon State, Stanford. But from Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa, we'll have the Aggies of Texas A&M take on the Alabama Crimson Tide with this past offseason's hottest topic, other than, of course, NIL and conference realignment once again, that being recruiting with Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban. So next Saturday night on CBS, Texas A&M at Alabama. Got a roughing the passer on Penn State, unfortunately. 15 yards, automatic first down. On number 33, denied Dennis Sutton, DDS. And I don't know about that, but all right, whatever. First and 10 for Northwestern after the penalty. They've let him play today. Only 6 total penalties. 4 against Penn State, but only 6 total penalties. 17-7 your score with 14-14 and counting to play. Slant over the middle, caught Jair Brown on the tackle along with Elston. So they get 5. Second and 5 now here for Northwestern. Hell, this game might be over in a half hour. Might be a quick 3-hour game. From the 40, another slant, incomplete. Joey Porter Jr. on the coverage. 3rd and 4. Third and 4 Northwestern, an empty set. The Penn State jump off sides. Because if so, that's an automatic first down. Offside on Penn State on 3rd and 4. That's an automatic first down. Come on. Yeah, that's a good call. So 1st and 10, Northwestern from the 35. Just stupid shit like that. That's what they need to clean up. From the 35, 1st and 10. Alinsky on the screen. Boom. Incomplete. Tenor for Hall. Kalen King on the coverage. 2nd and 10. Second and 10 from the 35 for Northwestern. Bubble screen caught. 2-yard gain before Sutherland, along with 99, Izzard makes the tackle for Penn State. Playing in his first game of the year today. Third and 8. Big third down. Big third down for the Penn State defense. How about a turnover? Alinsky gets a snap. They bring 4 on the pressure. Pass going to be caught at the 12. You got to be kidding me. Number 6 and 25, Wheatley and Hardy on the coverage, and he still makes a damn catch. Good God. Northwestern 1st and goal inside the 10. Looking to punch it in and cut this deficit again. Out of the eye, roll out, incomplete on the screen. 2nd and goal. Come on, D. Been able to get off the field, I don't know how many times already today. Need the biggest stop of the afternoon there right now. Second and goal, Northwestern. Ball at the 9-yard line. Alinsky looking to throw. Incomplete. Good pressure by Kalen King, forcing the ball into the ground on a short hop. Incomplete. 3rd and goal. Another big third down for the Penn State D. Do not give up a big play. Don't give up a touchdown. Force them to a field goal. Get a turnover. From the 9, they run a bubble screen. And then down at the 2, they'll say actually inside the 1 as he sort of wormed his way there. 4th and goal inside the 1. Northwestern's going to go for it, and I don't blame Pat Fitzgerald for this call one bit. I mean, you kick it, okay, take your points, you're down 7. You score, you're down 3. Field goal ties, touchdown wins, get the ball back then late. Penn State's defense. Penn State probably called timeout here. 4th and goal from the 1. No, they sneak it, and he didn't get it. No. They stuff him, and Penn State gets off the field. Northwestern drove a good length of the field, a good 70-plus yards, and Penn State stuffs them at the goal line on 4th and goal. Alinsky's standing in the fucking end zone, by the way. But they say turnover on downs, and Penn State ball 1st and 10 at the 1. They're going to have to look at that. They might say touchdown. But it didn't look like he got in. They sneaked it. He's in the fucking end zone with the ball. He rolled his way in. That's going to be a little hard to overturn, though, because they, even with that evidence, they rolled him down. Okay? They have to find indisputable evidence to overturn that. Was he down, though, before he rolled in? This might be play of the game right now. They should be looking at it, I'd have to think. So they say no touchdown, turnover run downs, Penn State ball at the 1. So take that for what it's worth for the time being. But he literally rolled his way into the end zone with the ball, for a touchdown. So we'll see what they call. But I'll leave it at that for the time being. We'll get back to it shortly. In the meantime, okay, Baylor's come back and made this Oklahoma State-Baylor game close. Arkansas has cut it to 5 at home against Alabama, going for 2 as I speak on CBS. And they won't convert, so they're still down 5, 28-23 as they near the end of the third quarter. Okay? And Florida State, they're down 2 scores, but they got some time left. Just like Northwestern. Down 14 at the half. They cut it to 7, Penn State with a field goal, and then now this, was it a touchdown or not? When they rolled them down, no touchdown. We'll see if they're looking at it, making us think, and then hopefully telling us something good once again on a review, if they're even reviewing it for that matter, to overturn it to a touchdown. Because if it stays as called, okay, maybe they get a safety. It's 17-9. It's 1-score game night. Like, Northwestern's going to have to play defense. But it's Penn State ball, 1st and 10, it looks like, from the 1. Yeah, he sneaked it. And then he rolled. He's down right there. Yeah, he's down at the 1. That's a good spot by the ref, because he was all by himself, and he would have saw him roll. Yeah, he's clearly down. Ball's not in the end zone, and turnover. So 1st and 10, Penn State at the 1-yard line. Handoff. Clifford on a pass, caught by Mitchell Tinsley. That was dangerous, even on the run. Looked like they stuffed him, but he faked the give, and then the pass was almost picked off, so complete to Mitchell Tinsley for, a little bit of breathing room. It'll be 2nd and, 3? Yeah, 2nd and 3 for Penn State. 11:30 and counting to play. Theo Johnson in motion. Trips near side. Run it. They will. Katron Allen up the middle. More breathing room out to the 18. How about a 99-yard touchdown drive to seal this? They give us some updates of games we've just talked about. As it's 28-23 Bama. Oklahoma State leads Baylor 33-25, and then Wake Forest 28-13 at Florida State. Of course, got scores rolling across the bottom as well, but we previewed what's to come tonight, along with, of course, go over what's already happened today, along with preview next week already too. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to tune back in tomorrow and on Monday as well for more live watch-along reactions over on YouTube tomorrow. Doubleheader in the NFL, 1 with the Jets and Steelers, along with the Sunday Football tomorrow night with the Chiefs and Buccaneers. And then on Monday for Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. And then into next week, we'll have Pro Wrestling on Wednesday with AEW Dynamite for their 3-year anniversary show. as I stream the very first Dynamite, stream the very first anniversary. Was at the anniversary show last year. Videos from that right here on the channel. And then third year anniversary next week. I'll have live watch on reactions of that as well. Next Thursday, NFL Thursday Night Football. And then next weekend, right now, is just on Sunday in the NFL because Penn State's off next week, next Saturday. As I'll be watching college football, but be sure to keep an eye out for more upcoming videos anyway. And then, next weekend, just some NFL action. On Sunday, potentially Monday with Monday Night Football. Back to the free 7-day trial with Fubo, TV. I'm watching today's game on ESPN because of Dish Network. Not having anything Disney related other than a local ABC channel. I plan on canceling the subscription next Friday. Take it for what it's worth for the next 6 days or so. But I ain't getting billed for a month when I only need it one time. Because hopefully Michigan game is on ABC for Saturday Night Football or on Fox. Minnesota's supposed to be on Big Ten Network, so I heard. Fox has Ohio State game, as far as I know, too, for an early kick in the stripe out Halloween weekend. And then you get into November, and if it comes down to it, if I have to make, X amount of emails, hopefully, of course, they don't look for a card number, but, just a 7-day trial here, 7-day trial there to get by to watch Penn State football, I will. Or if, to use somebody else's, that's fine and dandy by me too. So thank you in advance if need be. But as I show off some highlights from the 1982 National Championship game for Penn State defeating Georgia, they actually honored the 1982 National Championship team last week during the Thon game. They'll honor the 1986 team for 40 years in 4 years from now. But Clifford going to go deep on 1st and 10. Mitchell Tinsley overshoots him, incomplete. Second down. But, Ohio was the family reunion last week, was Thon. Today's all you. Homecoming for Minnesota, and then the stripe out for Ohio State before Veterans Day weekend. We salute you against Maryland, and then Senior Day after Thanksgiving against Michigan State are the themes for this year for Penn State football. 2nd and 10 from the 18 for Penn State. Run the damn ball. I don't mind the deep ball there, but, clock stops. So get back to the run game, work clock with a 10-point lead. Katron to the 22 for 4, 3rd and 6. So, no shit, you don't say. They should have been in the 16 to begin with, but they got screwed over. But the expanded playoff also begins in 2026, but as early as 2024 when USC and UCLA join the conference. 3rd and 6, Clifford looking to throw down the middle, has a man, Parker Washington, it's incomplete. So the clock stops with 10:09 to play. You're still up 10, but defense going to have to make plays. Why are you throwing on that play? And if you are, why aren't you running a fucking screen? Run the damn ball. Work clock. Don't punt it until under 10. And he had him too, and he just, oh my. Yard too much. But, one way or another, like I said earlier, I was going to watch today's Penn State game, even without ESPN for the time being. Hopefully, we'll be back on here before too long. But as much as Disney's to blame because Sling TV's getting screwed over, this is on Dish Network too, because this ain't the first time something's happened with Dish and a channel being removed for a period of time. At least the fourth that I can remember over the past decade, because they took AMC off for a while, about a decade or so ago. But then all just within the past couple years. I remember when Penn State played at Maryland 3 years ago on a Friday night, I actually had to sign up for Fubu TV then as well, just to watch that game. Because there was a dispute with Dish and Fox at the time. And then a few months later, it was with CBS. Now it's with Disney and, of course, ESPN. They dump it off on the screen but falls incomplete. So, yeah, of course, Dish Network's going to say, well, call them, blame them. Well, as much as it's their fault, it's also your fault. So, cutting the cord, might be in the future. And figure something out. But, hey. Live and die by Penn State football. Breathe and bleed blue and white. Incomplete over the middle. Almost picked off by 43 Tyler Elsdon. 3rd and 10. But it hasn't been pretty by any means today. No doubt about it, especially with the weather. But this is the rain from Hurricane Ian, Sharknado Ian. And it'll be gone here in Central PA by tomorrow, Monday at the latest. It seems like it's died down a little bit here in this fourth quarter, but it's still raining. It's been raining for almost a good 24 hours now straight. Offside again on Penn State. What? So 5 yards and be 3rd and 5 yards shorter than what it was on 3rd and 10, so 3rd and 5. Got a lot of close games with the way they were. 28-23 in Alabama at Arkansas, Oklahoma State 33-25 at Baylor. Florida State just scored, make it 28-21 as they went for 2 and got it. Ball batted down, incomplete, 4th down. Hakeem the Dream Beeman making a big stop. And 4th and 5, Northwestern, honestly, yeah, they have to go for it now. It'll be 4th and 5, and here's your ball game for the most part. From the 35, 4th and 5 for Northwestern. And it's going to be batted down again. Beeman, 51 with another bat down. Incomplete, turnover on downs, Penn State ball. Up 10, 17, 7, 9, 43 to play. So defensively, they get the hell off the field again. And, I mean, I'm not going to say, honestly, that should do it, but honestly, that should do it. There's still 9 minutes and 43 seconds to play. And the amount of turnovers we've seen today, anything's still possible. Anything's on the table. One thing I just realized, too, just thought about, of course, the ESPN, well, you lose anything ESPN-related. But also then, which I knew earlier, anything Disney. But then, for sports in general, ESPN, worldwide leader in sports. The defense has played stout. Baseball players are starting. Those are going to be on ESPN and Fox. Hockey's going to be starting up along with basketball. Football season continues, of course, but it is what it is. It's out of all of our hands. There's nothing we can do about it. They just got to, move on with the big dick contest and get their head out of their ass and come to their senses and give us TV back. So yeah, there's that. 3rd and 11.
30 seconds up. I will not keep Sean Clifford in the pocket here. If you're going
Run the
to
ball.
be doing one
I don't know why the hell you're throwing. You've taken what? Not even 10 seconds off the clock since you got the ball back.
you want to go move the pocket and see if you can take one of those shots downfield, or you can aggressively.
So 3rd and 11, Penn State. They're going to throw. Clifford going to roll out near side. Heave it. And out of bounds, incomplete. So they're going to have to punt. They can't even take off fucking 20 seconds off the clock. Jesus Christ. Run the damn ball. You have a 10-point lead at home. Make them call their 2 timeouts. Good God.
You're exactly right. You would love Sean to realize the situation. I understand there's 9 minutes or so left in this football game. You go down, you're going to save yourself 4 or 5 yards on the throwaway. The clock keeps running. That's a great point, Bob. You should have just gone down, taken that sack instead of that throwaway. Something from 5 or 6 yards further back makes no difference, but that's another 40 seconds that incompletion just saved Northwestern. So Lamore going to angle one. There's a fair catch by Navarro at the 7. Northwestern has it back, down 2 scores.
So we'll go to break. Northwestern ball, 1st and 10 when we return, down 10, 17-7 Penn State. Creamer ice cream. If you've, of course, never had any, you don't know what you're missing. From the 8, 1st and 10, Helinski drops back. It's caught. Missed tackle. They bring him down Sutherland to the 29. So, 20-yard gain, 1st and 10. Happy birthday to whoever's birthday it is. 2nd and 10 for Northwestern, though, at the 28. Northwestern recovers their own mishandled snap, so 3rd and long. 8-10 and counting to play here today. Third and 19 officially back at the 19, so they get the big yardage, but then fumbled snap. 3rd and long. Helinski, near side, almost picked up by Daquan Hardy. It's incomplete. Good coverage. Surprised there wasn't a flag. They've let him play today. These refs have let him play. No, you got to punt. Not back inside your own 20. You're not going to go for it. You got to punt. That's the right call. Yeah. Northwestern, honestly, just got to tuck their tail between their legs and go back to the sideline. Parker Washington back deep to receive the punt. Run the damn ball on offense, please. Unless he gets a good return here and can score. From the 42, though, 1st and 10. With 7:24 to play, Penn State leads at 17-7. And with a win here today, entering the bye week, and then going to Michigan because they're off next week, they should be a top 10, maybe a top 8 team, depending on what happens today and then also next week when they're off. And that's why I'm thinking at Michigan in 2 weeks' time could very well be a night game in the Maze Out from the Big House, 7:30 on ABC. What's up, big dog? The only other top 25 games that day, as of right now, Alabama, Tennessee. That'll probably be on CBS at 3:30. Alabama host, of course, A&M next Saturday night, 8 o'clock on CBS. They're playing at Arkansas right now, 3:30 on CBS, and they just scored again to extend their lead 35-23, so breathing room for the Tide. Also, of course, Clemson at Florida State, but the Seminoles are down 7 right now, 5 minutes to play, and Wake Forest is driving, looking to extend their lead. So Florida State might be unranked after being ranked the first time this week in a good 6, 7, 8 years. You have Arkansas going to BYU in a low-key under-the-radar game, but that'll be, Jesus Christ, Penn State. What the fuck are you doing? Another fucking turnover, another fumble. At least they were running it, but they turn it over then. Oh, my God. All 3 running backs have had at least one fumble today now because Katron just coughed it up. 8 total turnovers, 5 by Penn State. And Northwestern's keeping this game interesting by causing another fumble. 6:36 to play. His knee might have been down. Ball's coming out, though. Right? No, that ball's out. Yeah, it's a fumble. 6:36 to play. 17-7 Penn State, and Northwestern still has life with 2 timeouts. Ball at midfield. 1st and 10 Wildcats. They bring pressure over the middle. It's caught. Missed tackle. He might have been down, though. Jair Brown on the stop. They give him 9. Yeah, so they're going to go into the bye week with, man, a lot of shit to fix. Because if they play like this at Michigan, they're going to get their fucking head kicked in. 2nd and 2. Bubble screen, incomplete, right through his hands. He dropped it, incomplete. 3rd and 2. And then it ain't going to get any easier. You know? The Minnesota game, of the 3, with that Michigan, Minnesota, and Ohio State by the end of the month, going to be the easiest of the 3, you'd have to think, but a lot like today's game, with Minnesota rolling in for the whiteout. 3rd and 2 for Northwestern. Roll out. Helinski going to tuck it and run. Jonathan Sutherland making some stops today. Number 0, the first ever number 0 in Penn State history. Makes the tackle. No gain on play. 4th and 2 for Northwestern. And Helinski gets up all muddy as he slides out of bounds. Yep. Big 4th down. Maybe the ball game right here. 5:45 and counting. 4th and 2 for Northwestern. Under center he goes. Here comes the play action to the tight end. They roll out. And they go to the tight end. It's incomplete, though. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon, number 3. And Penn State defensively, once again, you got to give credit to Manny Diaz. They get the hell off the field. Turnover on downs. 1st and 10, Penn State. And, I mean, like I said a little bit ago, I'm not going to say, honestly, that should pretty much do it. But, once again, honestly, pretty much that should do it. But Penn State also just turned it over once again, too. So, they get off the field on D. You know, if they can continue to run the football like they are, play defense like this, you know, Clifford making some plays, relying on special teams, they'll be okay. But I also said the same damn thing this time last year going into the 2nd week in October, and they lost 6 of 8 down the fucking stretch and finished at 7 and 6. So what's to come for Penn State football after the bye week next week? At 5-0 once again, mid-October. That's the biggest question. We'll talk more about all that in a little bit. But for that Michigan game in 2 weeks, like I said, as these games continue, showing off some highlights, Alabama's going to win, it looks like. Oklahoma State's going to win as well. Seems like Wake Forest on top of that. So Penn State, of these 4 games that I'm watching, going to be the only home team to pick up a W. 2nd and 8 for the Nittany Lions. This game ain't over by any means just yet. From the 44, 2nd and 8. Trip stop your screen. Clifford in the gun with his running back, number 10, Nick Singleton, to his left. They run a quarterback draw. And he'll get about 7. It'll be 3rd and 1. Pat Fitzgerald wants a Northwestern timeout. He'll get it with 4:30 to play. And Penn State will have a 3rd and 1. Penn State, 5 turnovers, they most in 11 years. Make it 12 years, because that was on January the 1st. That was the 2010 season, the Outback Bowl. In 2011, they lost to Florida. Matt McCloin with a pick 6 to Urban Meyer's Gators before he, in quotes, retired, took a year off, went to Ohio State, took 2 years off, working for Fox, Jaguars coach last year. Back to Fox. Maybe he's in college football again next year. You can't turn the ball over and, expect to win. But they did enough early. Like, they don't capitalize off of Northwestern's 3 turnovers for 14 points, and they continue to turn it over 5 times themselves. It's not 17-7 right now. Do the math. They're down 4, 7-3 with 4:37 to play. So the rest have let them play. I mean, they have 7 of the 9 penalties, though, and they've turned it over 5 times. They have controlled the ball a good 10 more minutes or so. But, play calling the second half, 3rd and 1, what do? From the 49, they hand off again. Catron gets the first down and then some to the 41, first down. He stays in bounds. Northwestern only has one more time out to stop the clock. So you run the ball, you work clock. They might have called their 3rd and final timeout right there. by the way, as well. But you run the ball and run the clock. And if you score, okay, you score. They couldn't stop the run then late in the fourth. But if it comes down to it, you just keep picking up first downs, run the clock out. They didn't call a timeout, so 4:14 and counting. You don't need to snap until there's 2 seconds on the play clock, which is under 4 minutes, 4:09 now and counting. So, strange in motion. Maybe you go to your tight ends if you do throw. Maybe take a deep shot, but you keep running the damn ball on your work clock. Handoff Singleton, 3, maybe 4 yards, second down. But, timeout Northwestern, 3:54 to play, third and final. So second down Penn State. Or did Penn State call a timeout? Why the fuck would Penn State call a timeout, though? Yeah. They show off the Penn State schedule that we've gone over. They started at Purdue, Ohio at Auburn, Central Michigan last week. They're 4-0. You have Northwestern today, of course, bye week next week, and then you got to go to Michigan before you get Minnesota and Ohio State. And 2 big games at the end of the month. Tough 3-game stretch, though, after a bye week next week before you go to Indiana. Maryland rolls in Veterans Day weekend. Once again, thanks for your service. And then at Rutgers before Thanksgiving, and Michigan State 2 days after Thanksgiving. So, they honestly could have put the hammer down on them today if they wanted to, but the turnovers fucking killed them. Because, we'll pull up some stats here in a minute, but the run game was by far, along with defense, Penn State's defense, why they're going to win this game. And what I said earlier, doing enough early and then holding on to win, even though they still could have scored more. They turned it over. Northwestern, made it interesting and not pretty by any means. Ugly to say the least, especially with the weather. But at the end of the day, a win's a win. They're not going to cover, which I didn't think they would anyway. But 3rd and 4, and Northwestern can't stop the clock now. 3:23 and counting. You get the first down here, you're probably going to have to get another first down, but then the game's over. Yeah. With no timeouts, use sideline. No doubt about it. Handoff Singleton. They can't even get a first down now on 3rd and 4. You got to be kidding me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you got to wind the clock, take it down to 2:30. 4th and 1. You could go for it if you want to. Call a timeout, make you think about it. Or hell, where are they out on the field? They're in fucking field goal range, I might add, right? Kick the fucking field goal, but you don't want anything bad to happen. Or, from the 32, 4th and 1. Take a delay game and punt, but they'll snap at 4th and 1. Penn State going for it to seal it. They get the first down, and that should do it. K-Tron Allen for a Penn State first down, and they can wind this clock now down to 0. And a few kneel downs. You don't need to run another play because Northwestern can't stop it. Penn State's going to beat Northwestern 17-7 today. 17-7. A score that's happened before in this series, I might add. 2003, the year. First and 10 Penn State, but here comes 2-3 kneel downs, and the Lions will win and get to 5-0. Just as they were this time last year. The bye week's a week earlier. They don't have to go to Iowa next week, but they got to go to Michigan in 2 weeks after the bye. A 5-0 start in back-to-back years in 2021 and 2022 after starting 0-5 in 2020 before winning 4 in a row and then 9 in a row before you lost 6 of 8 down the stretch last year. You also start 5-0 in 2022. But the big question is moving forward with Penn State football this year is honestly, what is next? How are they going to play from here on out? Are they going to be average? Are they going to be what they were? I'd hope fucking God not. like last year, losing 6 of 8 down the stretch? Or are they going to keep, finding ways to win football games? A 10-point win today will be the closest, and 2 conference games, they only won by 4 at Purdue. Be the closest margin of victory for them since a month ago, week 1, on September the 1st. On today, October the 1st. Once again, haven't lost on October the 1st since 1977. They defeat Northwestern 17-7. Wow. Pat Fitzgerald looking for James Franklin. You guys played your ass off. You guys did the same. As handshakes continue, as Penn State's 5-0 in consecutive seasons for the first time since, must have been about, 26 years ago. 1996, 1997. Wink, wink. All right, so that does it for coverage. They got another game coming up on ESPN shortly. Place Penn State already played at this year, at Auburn. It'll be LSU and Auburn. Talk about Wildcats and the Lions. We got Tigers, and then Wolves and the Wolfpack, and more Tigers. And the Tide are going to beat Arkansas, it looks like I said. Oklahoma State does defeat Baylor. And then Florida State is hanging on by a thread. But Penn State today, they are 17-7 winners. They defeat Northwestern. They're 2-0 in conference now. They got a bye week next week before they go to Michigan in 2 weeks, and we'll see about a kick time. Like I said, at the earliest, tomorrow, Monday, give or take, around lunchtime, the latest on a 6-day notice, the latest next Sunday. But Penn State football, they're 5-0 here in 2022 again, just as they were in 2021. But then they lost 6 of 8 down the stretch. They're 5-0, as mentioned, in back-to-back seasons for the first time since 1996 and 1997. In 1996, fall of 1996, I would have been about 6 months old. They started 5-0 before they lost their 6th game. Okay. 1997, Penn State started also 5-0, but they started 7-0. They didn't lose until mid-November. What I don't want to see happen once again is what happened last year. I don't think anybody in the nation wants to see that. A 5-0 start, and then you lose 6 of 8 down the stretch. You finish 7-6, including a loss in a bowl game. And then you start out 5-0 this year, wins at Purdue and at Auburn, defeating Ohio and Central Michigan on the MAC, but then you defeat Northwestern today 17-7 in Big Ten play as well. So they're 5-0 and then 2-0 in conference. Bye week next week, and then at Michigan before Minnesota and Ohio State come a knocking. You're 5-0 after the first weekend in October again. How do you build on this, and how do you not allow what happened last year to happen again this year? Because believe me, if they do allow that to happen, or if that, say, does in fact happen, however you want to put it, somebody's seat is going to be red hot. Okay? Mark my words. Penn State's not settling for, subpar football. Penn State's Penn State. They're 11-11. Make that 16-11 now since 2020. But once again, same spot they were this time last year. So the bye week's a week early. You're not going to Iowa next week. You're going to Michigan in 2 weeks after the bye, though. And it'll be a top 10 matchup, if not a top 8 matchup. Okay? Michigan next week, they play at Indiana at noon. We'll find out a kick time for Penn State at Michigan, like I said, either tomorrow or on Monday, a week from tomorrow, next Sunday at the latest. If I'd have to guess, it's going to be a night game in the Maze Out, 7:30 on ABC for Saturday Night Football. Just as long as it ain't on ESPN or ESPN2, which I don't think it would be. ABC's fine by me, Fox as well, just with the situation with, Dish Network and ESPN right now. I had to pull teeth today to watch today's game, for God's sakes. But I'll say what I said again last week. After, a 3-0 start, they found a way to win at Purdue, and then they put it to Ohio and Auburn. They were hungover to start last week. They got lucky. They beat Central Michigan to start 4-0. Today, they also got lucky, I thought. Okay? But it ain't going to get any easier. You got a bye week, and then you got 2, 4, 6, 7 more regular season games. 8 if you make the Big Ten title game. 9 if you make the playoff. And then a few more, after that. But they're 5-0, got at least 7 more games. Make it 8 because they're going to beat, at least one of these final 7, to become bowl eligible, I would have to think. I'd hope to God that would be the case. At least, hopefully way more than, what they did late last year. They started 5-0 and lost 6 of 8 and finished at 7-6 once again. So, of course, there's that, but it ain't going to get any easier. Okay? It ain't going to get any easier. Northwestern, as I told you at the start, was going to show up, and they came to play today. 8 total turnovers, though, between the two teams. Penn State with 5 of them. They were lucky to capitalize off of Northwestern's 3 turnovers with 14 points, because if not, well, then Northwestern wins. Do the math if everything else stays the way it did. Because Penn State, honestly, early looked unstoppable, no doubt about it. And defensively, they were able to get off the field 95% of the time. They gave up a touchdown, of course, and a couple other big first downs. But, this defense ain't as experienced as it, has been in the past. But they're also playing a ton of guys, and they're getting experience, as the season progresses, and then you move into the, next few years. Like, watch out, this Penn State defense. You think it's been good, and it's, maybe not as good or as good right now, or, maybe it's better, in some people's eyes. Like, it's only going to get even, you would hope, even better than that, more better. I don't even know if that's a word or a phrase, but we'll go with it. And then they have a running game. Okay? They have a running game now. But I get with the weather, which was going to be a factor, which we knew at the start. All right? Going to rain all damn day, as it's been raining all damn day since midnight last night. It's going to continue to rain. It rained all game. Devin Ford did not play, but Nick Singleton, Kevon Lee, and Katron Allen as Kevon finished with 10 carries for 40 yards rushing. Talk about balance and consistency. Both Singleton and Allen had 21 carries apiece for 87 and 86 yards. Singleton had the touchdown as well. Clifford had the passing touchdown to Brent Strange. But if they can continue to play defense, I'll say what I've said already a couple times this year, today as well. If they continue to play defense the way they've been playing defense, and they have a running game like this, and then Clifford can make some plays, I'm sure some people are going to be saying, well, Drew should have played and blah, 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 blah. At the same point in time, maybe they still want to redshirt him, because Christian Veilleux can be the backup because he, has experience and already has redshirted. And then you get that extra year for Drew once he's the starting quarterback. Next year, Bo Perillo behind him. But at the same point in time, like I said too, you have as many running backs as you have in the backfield, and they're all toting the rock as good as they are, and you're playing good defense, and if it comes down to it, and it's working, why wouldn't you want to run a two-quarterback system if they're both playing? The receivers were quiet today, no doubt about it, but that's on both sides because it was a slugfest, as I thought it was going to be, old school smash mouth football, run it down your throat, and hopefully you can stop us with the weather. Like, it was going to be run with the rain. Clifford still finished officially 10 of 20 for $140, had the interception, and then the touchdown to Strange. So then they, with his interception, turned it over 4 times on the ground on fumbles. Helinski, with the interception as well, actually finished with a better stat line, but Penn State still won. 15 of 37 for 210. He also had a passing touchdown to cut it to 14 of 7, and then Penn State got on board with another field goal to, get some breathing room, and they hold on, 24, or make it 17 to 7, for a total of 24 points. He turned it over once with interception. They fumbled twice, The weather was a factor, as we thought it was going to be, but that's still no excuse. Like, they got a lot to clean up, Penn State does. I wish Northwestern, the best of luck. They're now 1-4. They've lost 4 in a row after they beat Nebraska week 0. They'll host Wisconsin next week. That should still be a good game next week, as Wisconsin lost at home to Illinois today against their former head coach, Brett Bielema, as the Badgers fall to 2-3. As Penn State will go on a bye. Michigan will go on the road again for the second week before they return home to play Penn State, and what should be a top 10 game in 2 weeks' time. So, of course, that's that, but Penn State still has a lot to figure out. And moving forward, how do you not let history repeat itself with what happened last year? Because that's the biggest question mark now. You're 5-0 again, just as you were this time last year. I know, sound like a fucking broken record, beating dead horse, etc., whatever you want to say. But it's the truth, because, okay, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. 5-0 start is pretty damn good in the top 10 again, all right? But then 6 of 8 down the stretch in the loss category, you lose 6 of 8. Just unacceptable, especially for Penn State football. So then now here you are in 2022, you're also 5-0 again. Big win against Auburn 2 years in a row. You have at least one conference win as well. The bye week's a week earlier, but you still got to go on the road your next game. So how do they, once again, not allow what happened from here on out last year to also happen again this year? And I think the answer to that is in the backfield of the running game, because last year, hell, even the past 2 years, they haven't had a running game. It's good to see Penn State with a running game once again for the first time in 3 years, back to 2019 when Don't Stop Believing Journey Brown was back there beating up on defenses with his switchblade knife. But, because the defense has been there. The defense has been there, okay? Offensively, though, the play calling could have been better. Like, they once again, just like last week, got out to a lead. And then, okay, held on, which I can understand, playing conservative at times. But then at the same point in time, when they're stopping you and you can't do a damn thing, just as you were stopping them earlier, not allowing them to do anything, you did enough early, and then you held on to win. But they still got, shit to figure out, no doubt about it. So that's the biggest question, and I think the answer lies in the backfield in the run game, because if they can continue to run the football, Nick Singleton, Kevon Lee, and Katron Allen, and get Devin Ford the ball out of the backfield in the screen game, Clifford to make plays to Parker Wash and Mitchell Tinsley, along with hopefully Keandre Lambert-Smith's okay. He went down early, did not return. Of course, Harrison Wallace. You also have Amari Evans, Jay Doughton. Lee and Clifford's been playing a little bit recently as well. Get them the ball. Got to get the tight ends the ball a little bit more, though, too, with Brent Strange and Theo Johnson. I don't know where the hell Tyler Warren was at today by any means, but the middle of the field's going to be there, if you can keep the defense on their heels with a running game. Balance and consistency. Keep it simple. Run the ball. Run to pass, pass to run. Keep them off balance, and then beat them deep. The offensive line, I've thought, has looked pretty damn good this year to where they've been at the past 2 years. And the lines, like I said earlier, coming into this game were Northwestern's strengths. And they kept themselves in the game even without, doing much. I'd like to see what Pat Fitzgerald says about a few things. I do like him. I respect him as a coach. I always have. I've said a few times I honestly would have liked to had him in 12 and 14 to replace Paterno, and then O'Brien before O'Brien replaced Joe, and then Franklin replaced Bob. And, Franklin now in his 9th year, and defeats Northwestern for the second time. He's 2-2 against Wildcats in 9 years. They last beat Michigan in 2020 up in Ann Arbor, but that was right after Thanksgiving with no fans, I might add. So, of course, before that, 18, 16, and 14, Franklin, they haven't been able to go to Michigan and win with a crowd. So, once again, as I said, it ain't going to get any easier for Penn State football. You got to go to Michigan, you get Minnesota, and then Ohio State comes in. Okay? And then November rolls around, and who knows, how everything's going to look come a month from now. But of course, I'll still continue to have live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. So hopefully you tune back in, and thanks for tuning in and listening today. Was planning on getting back to video, but then last minute, not even knowing how I was going to watch the game today, here we are doing audio only live watch long reactions once again. So in 2 weeks' time, and schedule wise, I don't know, depending on this kick time, if I'll be home when the game starts, but I will still have live watch long reactions of Penn State, Michigan, but might not start it until later. That's to be determined at this point in time. I just got to figure out a kick time. Once I know that, I'll have more info, and then I'll relay that message, of course, over the next 2 weeks during other live watch long reaction streams I ever need to, because this will be the last Penn State stream for Penn State football for college football until Penn State goes to Michigan in 2 weeks' time. I might add on the 17-year anniversary of the 1-2 game against the Wolverines. Northwestern win today, 17-7 for Penn State over the Wildcats. Bye week, you got to go to Michigan, like I said, but then homecoming in 3 weeks against Minnesota. And then Halloween weekend, Ohio State on the 11-year anniversary of 409 for the stripe out, as Minnesota will be the whiteout at night. That'll be a night game at 7:30. So they could have also back-to-back night games, which they've had, recently in the past. But just looking ahead, once again, how do they not go back into the hole they were in this time last year after a 5-0 start? How do they, continue to push forward rather than get knocked down and then just they're scattered? They're fighting for their lives. How do you not allow that to happen? And like I said, I think the answer relies in the backfield in the running game with Singleton, Lee, Allen, and Ford. In that order, because that's how they've been running them. And then Clifford to make plays, get the ball out to your playmakers ball in space, And defensively, hell, Manny Diaz might be a head coach this time again next year in college football if he keeps it up. So this might be a 1-year rental for James Franklin for Manny Diaz as defensive coordinator. Because they've looked damn good. Even with, a lot of new, fresh faces with some, returning guys that have been there. So a win's a win, at the end of the day once again. It wasn't pretty by any means necessary. Win's a win, though, at the end of the day, and Penn State wins at 17-7. So I'll leave it at that. Of course, just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. But Ryan Helinski going to finish 15 of 37 for 210 yards passing and a touchdown, also had an interception. They also fumbled twice, so 3 total turnovers by Northwestern. Clifford had an interception, and then Penn State fumbled 4 times, so 5 total turnovers from the Nittany Lions, 8 total between the teams. Evan Hall had 11 carries, 45 yards rushing. Navarro, 4 catches, 55 yards receiving. Penn State on the flip side, Sean Clifford, 10 of 20 for 140 yards passing. Touchdown, as mentioned, to Brenton Strange. And then the interception as well. And the 4 fumbles for their 5 total turnovers, 8 total between the two teams once again. Clifford had 3 carries for 13 yards rushing, mainly on draws or runaways. Kevon Lee, 10 of 40 on the ground. I'm trying to think if he even played at all in the second half. Because if he did, well, obviously he didn't do much. But then talk about balance once again. Katron Allen, 21 carries and 86 yards rushing. Nick Singleton, 21 carries, 87 yards rushing. And I guess that 1 extra yard would be that touchdown of his. But they did enough early to hang on and win because of the defense. They scored 2 offensive touchdowns, 1 passing, 1 rushing. They did enough early. Defense closes it out. They get a first down, though, when they needed to on a simple run play. And, they could wind the clock then at that point. So that's a good thing to know, that they can run the football when they need to, when the game's on the line, to work clock. But once again, it ain't going to get any easier. But the bye week comes right again at the perfect time. But how do you once again not let what happened last year after a 5-0 start before he lost 6 of 8, as they're 5-0 again right now, and 5-0 in back-to-back consecutive seasons for the first time since 1996 and 1997. So, once again, I think the answer to that question, with not allowing what happened last year to happen again this year, is in the run game, and continue to play Penn State defense as they have forever and always. We are Penn State. But yeah, Singleton, 21 carries, 87 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Katron Allen, 21 carries, 86 yards rushing. Kevon Lee, 10 of 40. Clifford, 3 carries, 13 yards. So as a team, they had 58 carries for 220 yards rushing and a touchdown. Are we living in the 70s or 80s, hell, even the 90s right now for Penn State football? Or did this actually just happen today on October the 1st, 2022 against Northwestern in a 17-7 win, as Penn State once again still has not lost on this very date since 1977. So I guess there's 2 sevens in the score for 77, but Penn State wins by 10, 17-7. They did enough early, like I said, and the defense held it down. They still got a lot of cleanup, though, no doubt about it. Just continue to run the football. I get with the weather, it wasn't going to be pretty. It was very sloppy, to say the least, by both teams on both sides of the ball, but then the rain wasn't helping out. And, I mean, what can you do? But you play through it. That's still no excuse. But once again, the bye week comes at a perfect time before they got to go to Michigan. But how do you build off of this 5-0 start and not allow to what happened last year once again to happen this year? Because I don't know if I'll be able to take it again, honestly. That was pretty piss poor last year after a 5-0 start, and then you lose 6 of 8. And you're 5-0 again this year. So, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio State, with the Michigan game on the road. And then you got to go to Indiana, Maryland, at Rutgers, Michigan State. As in November's, as it was last year, they away, home, on and off every weekend. Knock on wood, don't want to, jinx by any means, but injuries, they've been pretty solid. Nobody's gotten hurt. Kendry Limber-Smith went down earlier, but like I said, hopefully he's okay. He didn't return, but Harrison Wall stepped in at number 3 as the number 3 receiver, behind number 3 Parker Walsh and number 5 Mitchell Tinsley. That's the thing. They got a lot of depth, and even with some inexperience, talking about the defense playing a lot of guys, I've said it since week 1, and I said it all fucking off season 2. If they can put it together, they got a ton of fucking potential once again this year. Just don't let history repeat itself, because we all know what happened last year after a 5-0 start. And here in 2022, they're once again 5-0. So, Parker Washington had 4 catches, 73 yards. Brenton Strange had a catch for 20 yards and a touchdown. And that was to go up 7-0. Mitchell Tinsley, 2 of 16. Harrison Wallace had a catch for 12 yards. Nick Singleton had a catch for 11 yards. Theo Johnson, catch for 8 yards. Barney had a couple punts. A couple downed inside the 10. As well. And Pinniger with a 38-yard field goal and 2 for 2 on extra points. So, they still got a lot of cleanup. Because, talking about a lot to clean up, I get with the weather and the turnovers, okay? But they literally, coming out of halftime, talk about a swing. Could have been, way worse, hell, even a lot closer than it was, though, too. Because, like I said, Northwestern turn the ball over. Penn State doesn't capitalize with those 14 points. Do the math, okay? If everything else goes the way it did, I mean, they probably make a play, though. You don't know, though. We're not talking about, we probably are, to an extent, similar things, but maybe in a different manner. It was 14-0 at halftime. And then they get the ball to begin the third quarter. They take up literally half of the third quarter. They don't give Northwestern the ball back until 8.5 to play in the third. But they gave it back to him because turned it over. Just inexcusable, no doubt about it. I'd start there with turnovers. The penalties, the refs let them play, no doubt about it. But 80% of the penalties were against them. Northwestern only had 2 or 3. And then defensively late, bending but not breaking. Okay, they didn't break other than on the touchdown. They cut it to 7. They still made plays, but you still don't want to give up that at that point. So, once again, Not pretty by any means. A win's a win, though, at the end of the day. And yeah, Penn State wins at 17-7. 4-15 on third down. They were perfect 3 for 3 though on fourth down. Northwestern, I mean, hell, honestly, they do a little bit early. I mean, it's, like I said, probably a hell of a lot closer than the 10 points it was, because they didn't get going until just prior to halftime with a big drive, but then they still turned it over. And then after the fact, the touchdown drive. Other than that, they really didn't do a hell of a lot. But this game today, talk about Penn State's defense, shutting them down, and it's the same answer to how do you not let happen what you allowed to happen last year. 5-0 start, losing 6 of 8. It's a running game. Penn State total 220 yards rushing on 58 attempts. Northwestern had 31 yards rushing as a team today. Like, this is similar to what, in the rain, I might add, last year in October, Illinois did to Penn State. And now Penn State's getting back to their, basic, fundamentally sound football. Of course, they turned it over, so it's not that fundamentally sound. But, black shoes, basic blues, no names all game. For the glory of Old State, we are Penn State. Running the ball with authority. Singleton with his passion, Katron Allen as well. I mean, hell, that early third quarter drive, like I was just talking about, that was all him. And then they took him out for a breather, and then Keephon Lee fumbles. They took up half of the quarter. They honestly probably could have put it away then, rather than, how it turned out. A win's a win, though, at the end of the day, still 17-7, your final score. But, yeah, they're running the ball extremely well. They're playing Penn State defense. If only Clifford could probably make a few more plays. Just don't do anything stupid, though. Like I said, I'm sure there's some people hammering for Drew to get in there, but talk about the red shirt. Well, that's still on the table because he's played in all 4 games, but did not play today. And you can play in up to 4 games and still red shirt. But, I mean, comes down to it, he'll probably play in a 5th by the end of the year, you'd have to think at one point in time. But like I said, though, too, you have Christian Veilleux who can, be your backup, who's already redshirted. So we'll see what situation they get in with that. That's neither here nor there at this point in time. Even though it is. I can understand that conversation. But, yeah, win's a win. 17-7 your final score. They controlled the clock, too. They had another 15 more minutes than Northwestern did. So, 17-7, once again, your final score. Penn State selling alcohol for the first time today. So we'll have to see how that went. But, hey, Penn State always does good in whatever they do anyway. So I'm sure there's going to be some people complaining, but once again, that's neither here nor there either. So, yeah. I'll leave it at that. There's not really much else to be said. Just, I'll leave you with this. I know, once again, I've sounded like a broken record, but how do you not allow what happened last year to not happen this year? 5-0, they better not lose 6 of 8 down the stretch. I'm not going to be shocked, though, come the end of the year. I'll say this, because there's still potential that they could, go the distance. Another one bites the dust today, so they say. Just looking ahead, their 2 toughest games Because I think the Minnesota game in 3 weeks is going to be a lot like what it was today. I do. And it's a whiteout, so crowd's going to be even more pumped up. And then Ohio State rolls in, the biggest home game of the year, no doubt about it. Stripe out, 11-year anniversary of 409 as well. And with new leadership at Penn State, well, maybe here in the near future, we get Joe Paterno Field at Beaver Stadium. Only time will tell. I highly doubt it, unfortunately. But, okay, Indiana, Maryland, and Rutgers, yeah, they could probably, stutter in one of those 3 games because talk about a trap game. That was, sort of today for Penn State as well. Because like it said, no doubt about it, like, they're going to come to play, and they did. And they had Penn State on the ropes late. But Penn State did enough early, and they hung on to win. But I've said, too, I've thought Michigan State's gotten lucky. I don't think the Spartans are as good as they were last year. Hell, I still don't think Mel Tucker's the right guy for the job by any means. But that's neither here nor there either. So you look at it, it's at Michigan and then Ohio State. But Minnesota, has, shown they can win football games, though, too. But they also got upset by Purdue at home today, who Penn State beat week 1 a month ago. And if Minnesota is going to be without their starting running back, well, they might be in trouble. But that's then. We got now, of course, to get by, which they won today, bye week, but then don't look too far ahead, because that's what it seemed like happened last week after they beat Auburn. They looked ahead past Central Michigan and Northwestern today. They win both games, are 5-0, but all eyes on Michigan and the Wolverines. And man, what a game that should be in 2 weeks. Yeah, what a game that should be in 2 weeks' time. Michigan's no doubt about it going to open up as big favorite, I'd have to guess. And the odds are going to be stacked against Penn State going in the big house again, no doubt about it. And it's all, we don't have a chance. If they can put it all together, squeak out a win, which I could see happening, maybe that'll be the defining moment moving forward throughout the season until, something else happens. So we'll see what happens, of course. As always, I'm sure something will. Of course, it's why I play the games, not decide on paper, decide on the field. But, and to get back at Michigan on the 17-year anniversary of the 1-2 game against the Wolverines, I mean, honestly, can't ask for much more than with that. But once again, I'll leave you with this. It ain't going to get any easier for Penn State football. It's not. They got to keep going. One game at a time. 1-0 mentality that they have. Run the ball, play good defense, rely on your special teams. Sean Clifford, make plays. Don't turn it over, as they did 5 times a day. But with the weather, I can understand that, but you still don't want to turn it over, that much to begin with, in a normal game, for that matter. So, yeah, we'll see what happens moving forward. Honestly, not necessarily torn. I don't know what's to come for Penn State football, because we've been down this road, and it was a year ago, and it was a 5-0 start before they lost 6 of 8. I just hope to God that doesn't happen again, because like I said, I don't know if I'll be able to handle it, because that'll be tough. And back-to-back years as well, not like a few years in between, or just, well, to begin with, that shouldn't have fucking happened to begin with. It shouldn't happen at all, for that matter. So, Yeah, win's a win. 17-7 your final score over Northwestern. They're 1-4 now. Penn State's 5-0. Wildcats host the Badgers of Wisconsin next week. Penn State's on a bye week. But Penn State going to send Northwestern back to Evanston, to their current home that's been their home of Ryan Field before it gets redone into what it'll be in the near future. The Nittany Lions tame the Wildcats and send NW back to Evanston, Illinois on the banks of one of the 5 lakes. What was that, Lake Michigan? Right outside of Chicago. Just like the royal family kicked out Harry and Meghan Markle. But yeah, 17-7 your final score. So been a pretty good day in college football, I thought, at this point. Penn State of the 4 games I was watching, like I said, only home team to win. We'll actually update some scores here real quick. And then, of course, we've already gone over what's still to come tonight, as these night games are about to kick off, and then also next week, and then we'll see what time Penn State, Michigan will be come tomorrow, Monday. I doubt they do a 6-day delay for a week from tomorrow, next Sunday by any means. But Texas A&M going to go down, losing at Mississippi State 42-24. So A&M plays at Alabama next Saturday night. With the storyline, of course, should be a good game. Jimbo's name might come up for something to get out of town if they continue to lose, but I don't know. Still early. All right, so we updated final scores from earlier, from the noon games. Everything that has since gone final include... Actually, I'll probably just end up reading everything off anyway. Marshall defeating Gardner-Webb 28-7. App State 49-0 over the Citadel. Kent State won in overtime against Ohio 31-24. Buffalo 24-20 over Miami, Ohio. Bowling Green 31-28 defeating Akron. Toledo 38-17 over Central Michigan. North Carolina 41-10 win against Virginia Tech. Maryland 27-13 over Michigan State. I told you, I don't think Michigan State's that good. They got lucky a few games last year. They've gotten lucky in their few wins this year, and they lose again against Maryland 27-13. UConn upset Fresno State at home 19-14. Kansas with a 14-11 win against Iowa State. The Jayhawks are 5-0 and might be ranked tomorrow. Good for them. East Carolina 48-28 win over South Florida. Ball State won in double overtime over Northern Illinois 44-38. Eastern Michigan 20-13 win over UMass. JMU 40-13 win over Texas State. Now some of these games are from earlier that we already went over, but I'll go over them again. Plus I'll update final stats and scores from whole entire weekend of college football tomorrow during NFL action, probably tomorrow night during Sunday Night Football, so we should tune in for that, as I'll have live watch on reactions tomorrow afternoon for Jets Steelers, and also on Sunday night for the Chiefs and Buccaneers. But JMU 40-13 win over Texas State. Memphis 24-3 defeating Temple. Air Force defeated Navy 13-10. Georgia State beat Army 31-14. So the Falcons, the lone military school, to pick up a win today. Boston College won on a game-winning field goal once again, 34-33. Illinois, Brett Bielema beat his former team in Wisconsin 34-10 by running the football, something they did extremely well when he was there at Wisconsin. Kansas State won again as Oklahoma lost again. K-State with a 37-28 win against Texas Tech. TCU 55-24 win against Oklahoma. Wake Forest hung on to win 31-21 at Florida State. Purdue upset Minnesota 20-10. Utah with a 42-16 win at home against Oregon State. Oklahoma State 36-25 win at Baylor. Ole Miss 22-19 win at home against Kentucky as well. Michigan 27-14 at Iowa. And then two other 3:30 games. Ohio State 49-10 win at home against Rutgers. And then Alabama 49-26 at Arkansas. And then, of course, our night games still to come, as nothing really noteworthy to go over right now that is ongoing. But I'll have NC State Clemson on, along with West Virginia and Texas. Probably throw in Indiana, Nebraska for the hell of it. And then later on tonight, Stanford and Oregon. Arizona State, USC as well. Pac-12 after dark. But LSU, Auburn as well. Georgia, Mizzou. But as we wrap up, as always, just want to say thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And Penn State wins it over Northwestern today. Final score once again, Lions 17, Wildcats 7. So a 10-point win for the blue and white on All U Day in the pouring rain. And they wash away Northwestern back to Evanston, 17-7. And Penn State will be on a bye week next week before they head to Ann Arbor to take on the Michigan Wolverines in 2 weeks' time on October the 15th, with a kick time still be determined once again on the 17-year anniversary of the 1-2 game from back in 2005. So Penn State 5-0 for the second straight year, mid-October, bye week next week, at Michigan in 2 weeks. Hope to see everybody then, as I'll have live watch-along reactions of Penn State, Michigan. And be sure to tune back in for more college football, NFL, and professional wrestling live watch-along reactions. As always, live right here on YouTube. But that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Luke 96, live right here on YouTube once again. Thanks for listening. And Penn State wins it 17-7 over Northwestern.